Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Kevin. God damn it! I hiss through gritted teeth. My physical therapist says nothing as usual, but continues the pointless exercises. The floor of the hospital room is cold on my already triggered body. It feels like we've been doing these exercises forever and still not a freaking thing. Jesus! I snap when the young, easygoing PT adjusts my leg. The pain contrasts sharply with the usual numbness that plagues my lower limbs. I glance at the man having to help me get my normal ability back. My irritation grows with the able-bodied therapist. He tries to get my legs to flex as he bends them in. "What are you trying to do to me?" I bark. He stays quiet just like he always does. He's too patient for me. I don't have time for it. As he pulls me up to assist me in getting to the bars, I look at my reflection in the walled mirror. A harsh laugh echoes in the room. "You know these exercises are pointless, right? I'm never going to walk again. But go ahead. Keep wasting your time," I say, my voice dripping with irritation and belittlement. "Maybe we should have you sit and work on your ankle and toe movements." He goes to help me back to my wheelchair, but I throw myself off of the bars into the chair myself. I'm tired of him and his pity. I almost miss hitting the chair, but I'm in the seat now, and that's all that matters. Still saying nothing, he kneels in front of me and asks me to try and focus on one toe. One toe? Okay, but see, I can't feel much of anything unless you mess with my legs in that obnoxious way. I've got peripheral neuropathy from a goddamn landmine. Shrapnel, body parts, all of it flying at you. And now you're telling me to wiggle my toe? My false laugh is demeaning, and Dr. Grayson takes a heavy sigh and gently sets my foot back down. He begins to pack his things. I glance at the clock. Quitting early, huh? Makes sense, everyone else does. I snort, frustration filling me up even more than before. I spot one of his dumb little resistance bands by my wheel and pick it up. "Here, don't forget your worthless equipment." I hurl the weightless band at him with enough force that it thuds against the wall behind him when he ducks. "Kevin, I can only help you if you want to be helped." He shoves the band into his bag and zips it up. "I can't be helped. Don't you get that? There's too much damage. You said it's less than likely I'll ever walk the same way again. And that's positive. So what do you suggest I tell my fried nerves? Heal quicker?" I cross my arms and turn away from him. I'm done with him and his optimistic baloney. Dr. Grayson says nothing as he walks to the door. But before leaving, I catch his reflection in the mirror as he turns towards me. "I've dealt with a lot of veterans, Kevin. Some are much worse off than you, and they still found a way to cope and pull through. Your stubbornness will be a greater setback than your physical ability will ever be." If only there was something else I could throw at him. I sigh heavily once the door clicks shut, feeling hollow defeat swirling in my chest, much like how I felt when I received recognition for the explosion. It is my honor to award Kevin Merrington the Purple Heart for his service and sacrifice to his country. Not only did he save himself, but many of his colleagues survived because of his quick thinking and response. He did what many couldn't, and for that, he is a hero among heroes. I remember looking out into the crowd and seeing nothing but pity from the attendees. That medal was a consolation prize. It holds nothing but a reminder that I can no longer do the basic thing a 1-year-old can do. Walk. I glare at my legs, willing them into submission. I need them to work. The doctor had said that there was a chance I may never walk again due to the damage the landmine did to my nerves. I'm not paralyzed. I have numbing sensations. Things are just refusing to work, I think, trying to rationalize. But as I continue staring at my unmoving toes, straining to make even one nerve ending connect, I start shaking. The anger surges through my chest, forming my hands into tight fists on my armrests. Before I can give in to my urge to slam my chair against the wall as hard as possible, my father, General Roland Merrington, enters the room. His expression is, per usual, stern and disappointed. His military cut is out of habit like mine, but his light hair and piercing gray eyes contrast my dark eyes and hair, making me happy I resemble him so little. His gaze is heavy with the weight of unspoken words. It's just as effective as if he were to speak his tribulations. As always, I ignore the disappointment in the general's eyes. I know it all too well. It's the only response he has to me, one I've become familiar with since childhood. Come to let me know what other standards I haven't met yet? I spit as I wheel back towards the bed. He clears his throat about to speak, but I don't want to hear it. I cut off his answer. It's my decision. I don't need your approval about this. I don't need therapy. It's pointless, and it's my decision to drop it. It just puts false hope in your and Mom's heads, and we don't need that. I'm done. You'll just have to accept that I'll never walk again. I'll never be the son you had hoped for, so sorry for your loss. Bitterness is the only way I know how to flavor my words anymore, especially to him. My loss? He snaps as he turns from the window. There's no false hope. You've just given up on yourself. Can't say I'm surprised, given your track record. Seriously? My track record? I was in the military, just like you wanted us to be. Just like you, remember, Dad? But hey, now I can't walk, so I guess that's my fault too. It is, because you don't want to. You want to wallow in this pity party you've thrown yourself into. Dear God, you sound like the doct. Good, because he said you may never walk again. There's a slim chance it's going to be that bleak, according to him. But you need to have a better attitude about it, and actually want it if you're ever going to get there. A better attitude? Tell me, how would you behave if, after 31 years, you couldn't walk anymore? My father walks behind me to grab my wheelchair and pushes me to the side of the bed. Kevin, you need to stop being a pain in the ass and grow up. Do you think your brother would act like this if this had happened to him? Oh, sure. Compare us because that works so well for you. I can't help but act like a child right now. He brings out the worst in me. In the mirror, I see his hands tighten on the back of my chair. His temper is rising with mine, and I'm not about to deal with my father and his rehearsed lectures. I've had enough of being coddled and told to have a good attitude. I wheel away from him and head towards the window that he had been standing at. Listen. My frustration is starting to boil over now. The therapists and nurses have already given me enough motivational speeches to last a lifetime. I'm good, so save yours. No matter how much you want a noble son who can walk, you'll just have to continue being bitterly disappointed. I keep my eyes focused on the people outside the hospital walking along the trail. What I wouldn't give to be out there with them instead of locked in here, to just simply be walking. I have nothing positive to say to you, he says crisply. You're showing what kind of a man you are now, and all I know is this is not how a man handles this situation. My nails dig into the crappy material of the chair's armrest, but I refuse to fire back at him. It only fuels him and pisses me off more. I'm going to get your mother now. She's getting you food. I suggest you change your attitude before we come back in, for your mother's sake. You may have given up on yourself, but she never will. Do not break her heart just because you're in pain, Kevin. Try to refrain from being selfish. Once the door clicks shut, I loosen my fingers. A choked sigh escapes me as I try to forget my father and focus on what I'm supposed to do now. The part that frustrates me the most, that no PT or nurse can help me with, is what the hell am I supposed to do now? What can a disabled veteran do besides fall into a deep depression? My life is turned upside down, and for once, after years of being so sure of everything, I have no idea what the next step is. I laugh dryly at the irony. Chapter 2. Kevin. Even though I haven't eaten anything but Jell-O today, the sight of the hospital food sitting on the plate in front of me makes my appetite non-existent. I sigh heavily, knowing it's not just the food that fails to stir any appetite within me. I rest my chin on my hand and push the plate to the side. My eyes glaze over as I sit in the heavy silence as my parents wait for me to say or do something. Anything. But I'm not in the mood, and I have nothing to say to them. I already know how the conversation would go. It's like a play we perform almost every evening. And tonight, I don't feel like participating. Still, the show must go on. I look over at my mom, her dark hair wavy and perfectly set against her face. Mrs. Madison Merrington would never be caught with wet hair or in any form of disarray. Her brown eyes are wide and sympathetic as she places a comforting hand over mine, trying to muster her most reassuring smile. Something in me snaps as the familiar play of sympathy begins, and the rage from earlier roars back into my chest. I jerk my hand out from under hers. She lets out a quiet gasp, and my father watches us disapprovingly from the other end of the room. Kevin, I know this is hard, but can't you just try and eat? You know? Tell me how you know how hard this is? I snap. Well, honey, I can't imagine. I just meant that this is hard on all of us. I just want to help. Oh, I'm sorry that this is so hard on you, Mother. But your body didn't betray you. Mine did. I can't move my legs, and you guys act as if this is my fault for still being stuck like this. I watch as my mother tries to collect herself, not wanting to meet my eyes or raise her voice. No, honey. I just think maybe if you would eat, it would help get you stronger. She gently nudges the plate towards me, only angering me more. I'm not some child who needs to eat their veggies to grow big and strong. That's not going to work on me. I'm not eating this garbage. And why should I? It won't do my nervous system any good. Why should I reward a body that would just give up on me like this? Sweetie, just a couple of bites won't hurt. You'll wither away if you aren't careful. Her voice is gaining a note of desperation as she tries to hand me the fork. Her nudge at my nourishment is all it takes for me to let anger overtake and rule over me again. It gets easier and easier each time I let the emotion overwhelm me. I don't know why I'm being pushed to endure this tragedy you people call therapy, just to give you a sense of false hope, I yell, slapping the fork from my mother's offering hand. She takes her hand back in fear, placing it over her mouth. Scaring her only fuels my frustration within myself. Unable to release my pent-up aggression, I do the only thing I can and slam my fist against the wall, welcoming the pain. I had forgotten all about my father standing quietly by the window in the midst of my heated exchange. Suddenly, a strong hand connects with my cheek. The slap acts as a sharp punctuation in the argument from just seconds before. I look up, stone-faced, as my father stares at me with disdain. My mother is still sitting on the edge of my bed, biting her quivering lip in an attempt to not cry. As shock from the sudden slap subsides, anger begins to replace it again. Slowly, my hand rises to my stinging face as my eyes stay locked on the cold gray one staring back at me. The silence is heavy with betrayal, anger, and loudest of all, disappointment. Finally, my father breaks it. You know, I'm tired of this attitude you've developed here in this hospital. I don't think these white walls are doing anyone any good, especially when you need to be in a better frame of mind. I think fresh air and the peace of your hometown will immensely help with your recovery, as well as your mental state, he says, finality shaping his tone. He's never one to raise his voice. He doesn't need to. I can't help but growl in agitation at his decision. Stop thinking that that's what's going to fix me. My father holds up his hand, eyes still locked on me. This is non-negotiable, Kevin. Clearly staying here isn't the answer, even with all the amenities. We will have a setup made at home where you will be more comfortable and familiar. And frankly, I'm tired of your goddamn excuses. Maybe at home you'll realize how well off you have it. My jaw pops thanks to how hard I clench it at my father's words. My whole body has gone rigid with refusal. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's just what I need, I reply sarcastically, unable to stop myself. For you and Mom to quietly pity me while waiting on me, still praying for a miracle. Oh no, son. That won't be the case. Roland's voice is calm, but void of any emotion. We aren't going to pity you. You're doing plenty of that for everyone. Your mother and I will not be the ones catering to you, especially based on how you treat her. I see his hand go to my mother as she clasps it with hers. His eyes are still focused on me while hers stay cast down. You'll have your own personal PT, and we will get set up with everything the doctor says you'll need. Then it's all on you. The only reason you won't get better in that environment is if you choose not to. If you want to stay a prisoner trapped in your mind, then that's your choice. But no blame will reside with us. Understood? I know that there's no room for debate, so I let him have his final word as he leaves the room to make his arrangements. I remain in silence, unmoving in my chair. I don't trust myself to pull out of my enraged trance. My mother makes a very soft clearing of her throat to announce she is still present. My eyes shoot over to her as she offers another weak smile while straightening out her skirt as she stands. Think of this as a good thing, honey. You need this. Your father wouldn't push you so hard if he didn't think that you could do it. She gingerly squeezes my shoulder as she follows my father out. Alone with my thoughts, the reality of the situation starts to settle in. It sits heavily on my shoulders as I come to the realization that this fight isn't one I can win. Much like you two useless things, I mutter to my lifeless legs. Looking at them, limp, scrawny, and completely devoid of the muscle they once had, the familiar feeling of anger starts to surge to the top again. I find it always there, simmering, just waiting to surface. Always. Suddenly I start laughing. It's unnatural and unfitting, but I can't stop. My whole body starts shaking with laughter, making me feel much like the Joker, laughing hysterically at the loss of control I have over my life. My body continues to quake as my mind reels with the thought that my family is also abandoning me, just like everyone and everything else has. They're going to place me in town just for an excuse to say they are helping me. But really, it's to leave me alone to my own demise, so they can wipe their hands clean and say that they tried. I know my father all too well, and he has no need for a son he sees as useless, especially when he still has his overachieving precious Lucas out in the world. And now, more than ever, I'm the other son. The single realization doesn't cause my laughing to stop, instead increasing it as my body tightens for a more physical outburst, more destructive. I see my old high school baseball bat lying against my bed. My mother had brought it in a while ago to try and encourage me into wheelchair-capable sports. Without thinking, I seize the bat and begin swinging at everything within my reach. The bed, trays, monitors, anything and everything that's in my reach. I smash with all the strength I can muster. A nurse runs in. "Mr. Merrington, are you?" I see her, but don't acknowledge her presence as I continue swinging my wooden bat violently at the vases of flowers. She runs out, going to get help, I assume. It's only after, when looking at the destroyed room as I gasp for breath, that I realize my face is wet.
Chapter 3. Jillian. You can do this. Just take the steps and hand in the complaint. I know what my mind is telling me seems rather simple, yet I find my feet unwilling to tread the last paces to the hospital's human resources office. A crinkling noise fills the barren hallway, and I look around for the source. Looking down at my trembling hands, I realize the obnoxious noise is me. I stare at the slightly crinkled paper that holds the fate of someone's career. If I file this, then he could be terminated. And what is a doctor without his license? My empathy asks, but my morality answers as I think back to his unwelcome advances. He's still a damn creep. It has been over a week since Dr. Monroe's advances escalated. I thought it was just a fluke when his hand grazed my ass, but then he not so subtly grazed my chest. Trying to brush him off, or flat out telling him no, only seems to have encouraged him. I adjust my scrub with my trembling hands and take a deep breath to prepare myself for the last steps. This is the right thing to do. I have worked here too long and enjoy it too much to have some asshole doctor make me feel unsafe at work. My gut twists as I think about how he cornered me earlier this week and wouldn't let me continue my rounds. I flinch at the memory of his hand reaching out to me, only to have my own palm meeting his chest in a firm rejection. That's enough. His suggestiveness and brazenness aren't going to go unpunished. I decide, my resolve hardening. I take the final steps to the HR office with a force of determination. I clutch the incident report like a shield as I approach the door. It's the right thing to do. Hello, Mr. Cashman. My voice cracks, giving away my nervousness. A blonde, heavier-set man in his late 40s looks at me from behind his desk. Ah, Miss Hart, come in. I can feel my heart thumping harder against my chest as I step inside. Mr. Cashman beckons at the chairs across from his desk. What can I help you with? I sit down in the unwelcoming stiffness of the guest chairs. Looking around the room, I notice some personal college memorabilia, along with a long row of binders. Then I catch a picture of Cashman and the doctor I'm filing a complaint against all buddy-buddy at some fundraiser shindig. Hell. I clear my throat and look at the representative. His face is neutral, open and unjudging. I set the file on his desk and slide it over to him. I'm here to file a formal complaint. Oh, concern shows on his squishy face. That's a good sign. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Hart. You've been with us for a long time. Yes, and I have never filed a complaint once. So maybe that could be taken into consideration? Absolutely. Mr. Cashman's hands are on the folder, but he hasn't opened it yet. We take every complaint seriously here. Now, can you tell me what happened? Taking a deep breath, I force myself not to talk too fast. There have been several incidents where I have been sexually harassed by a coworker. Mr. Cashman's eyes widen slightly, his face remaining neutral. How long did you say? He asks as he opens the folder to look over the report. Over 3 weeks now. I rush. I had to physically stop him from groping me just the other day. I filed all of the proper paperwork and Who is the complaint against? My throat goes dry. Dr. Monroe. Mr. Cashman's eyebrows raise skeptically as he looks up at me from the file. The neutral listener is gone. Are you claiming that Dr. Monroe has sexually harassed you for weeks? Are you sure? My breath catches. Excuse me? Are you sure he was trying to make a pass at you? I ask because we get many people trying to sue doctors to get their big payout. I can't believe what I'm hearing. There are no words. Are you serious? It happens all the time. That's why I'm trying to see what sort of evidence you actually have against him, or if it was a misunderstanding, or if in fact you were the one putting the moves on him. I can't tell if I feel more defeated or angry. There is nothing to misinterpret. He groped me multiple times, said things he wanted to do to me, and then made an aggressive pass at me while I was cornered in the break room this week. I'm not doing this for the money. Mr. Cashman stays quiet, but an evil little smirk pulls at his lip. Are you sure about that, Miss Hart? Of course I am. I try to rein in my temper a little better, only able to lower my voice slightly. Watching the greasy little man open a file cabinet, I catch a folder being pulled out. He wriggles back into his seat and opens it up, leaving the silence thick. Dr. Monroe has filed his own report on your endless seduction. He must have known what you were up to. He slides the file across the desk, and I suddenly feel like I'm being shown murder clippings from a crime I didn't commit. You can't be serious. I'm afraid so. There's evidence in this folder of allegations made. I'm sorry. He isn't sorry. I can see it all over his smug face. I wonder what's in it for him to keep something like that on hand, just in case a complaint is made. It makes me wonder how many other women have been exactly where I am. Now I'm even angrier. This is absurd. Look at my file and you'll see dates, details, and everything you need. But why wait so long? Because I had to make a case. He wouldn't back off, and I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, because that's the kind of person I am. Miss Hart, if you have no witnesses— I have witnesses, I screech as I remember. I have witnesses. 2 nurses saw his advances. Another skeptical look from the rep. It's true. I'm sure that you think so, but what you say happened and what they saw may be interpreted differently. There's no other way to interpret it. The 2 nurses wouldn't happen to be Marianne and Rita? Yes. How did you— He cuts me off and presses his intercom. Can you retrieve Marianne and Rita from the nurses' station, please, and send them in? I promise, sir. They can vouch for me. We'll see, Miss Hart. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I know that they saw what happened, but his calmness unnerves me, as well as his righteous attitude. The room suddenly feels colder as the 2 nurses enter. They instantly avoid my gaze, and I notice that their bodies are rigid with tension. Crap. Then I think about the fake file he had pulled earlier. Was this all in place for the just-in-case scenario? Is this because I'm a woman and he's a man? Because I'm black? Because he's a doctor? All of the above? I already know I'll probably never have a good answer. The 2 nurses remain standing, eyes locked on the floor. Ladies, Mr. Cashman inquires, tell me, have you ever seen Miss Hart being harassed by Dr. Monroe? I watch them, hopeful they will say what they saw or even give a simple yes. Nothing. You guys saw what happened the other day and last week in the lockers? Please tell the truth. If this is happening to you as well, we can fight it together. I hear my own voice grow desperate as I stare at the women. We saw nothing, Marianne whispers, as Rita nods vigorously in agreement. I'm in shock. They might be white while I'm black, but we're all women. I expected at least some loyalty here, rather than to watch them side with the bad guy. Please, I beg, please tell him what you saw. Tears start to build up. I'm scared to blink, knowing they'll fall if I do. Their lips remain sealed, complicit in their silence. I can't help but feel betrayed as I begin to understand their motives. Seriously, you're going to let this continue? You both know I'm not lying. I see them flinch at my accusations, but nothing changes. Miss Hart, please. Please what? I'm telling the truth. Miss Hart, I have no other option than to terminate your employment with us. My heart stops. I can't breathe. The 2 nurse pawns remain stone-faced. What? Clearly, you have issues with important members of this hospital, and we can't have false accusations floating about souring the hospital's reputation. Please see yourself out. Your things will be mailed to you. If you do not comply, I will have security escort you out. The words hang heavy in the air. There's nothing left to say. I won't be heard, and he holds my complaint hostage in his hands. I know it will only see the trash bin instead of a review board. I feel as if I'm in a trance. I don't remember leaving the office, but suddenly I'm in the hallway, heading towards the exit. The once familiar and welcoming place now seems foreign and stark. I catch passing colleagues piercing me with their stares, as if everyone knows what I did. I keep playing the last 15 minutes over and over in my head as I try to tell myself I did the right thing, even though it's apparent not one single other person thinks so. My steps falter as the reality of my situation sinks in, the weight of injustice crushing my soul. I just don't understand how my dedication can be so callously disregarded. Chapter 4. Jillian. My phone buzzes. It's a text message. Even though I'm nervous, I sneak a look. Thank you for your application. Unfortunately, we have hired another candidate whose skills better suit our growing needs. We wish you luck in your future endeavors. What more skills do they want? I'm an NP. A few more years and I could be a doctor. I don't even look to see who the message is from. This one is like the last two that came through. Maybe more than a few years, I admit. I'll scratch this off the list later. There was the one that said they could not consider my application without the required references. At least that one was different. I sigh, put the phone down, and get up from my desk. Let's try the old-fashioned way, I say as I walk out of my front door. I walk down the driveway to my mailbox. It's the middle of the week, and my local newspaper should be here. I'm still not sure why I have a print newspaper sent to me twice a week, but it may come in handy today since the online ads have been a bust. Back inside the house, I scan the classified section of the paper, my fingers stained with ink as I circle potential nursing positions. Inky fingers crossed, I say, trying to cheer myself with a bit of dry humor. The next day, while checking the online job boards, I glance at my phone calendar. I realize I've only been job hunting for a few days, but it feels like an eternity. The back-to-back denials are getting to me. My phone keeps buzzing with more rejections from the applications I worked hard to submit. With every dismissal, the knot of anxiety in my stomach grows tighter. I refuse to allow myself to be fazed by the continual disappointments, so I walk through town, stopping at various clinics and healthcare facilities to drop off my resume with a practiced smile. But with each door I enter, my hope dwindles. It seems the doors close before I even knock. Healthcare professionals in this town know my dedication and work ethic well. They also know the doctor who is turning my world inside out. As I'm navigating the crowded streets, a former colleague spots me and rushes over. Despite my forced smile, I feel my heart sink as I observe her cautious glances. I know what's coming. "Hey, Jillian." "Althea," I practically sing her name to assure her that everything is fine with me. "How are you?" "I'm doing well." I notice her volume borders on a whisper. "What are you up to? Have you been hitting the pavement? Looking for work?" "Something like that," I reply. To be honest, it's not been smooth sailing. Althea moves in close and speaks in an almost conspiratorial manner. "Have you thought about going to the hospital and asking for your job back?" I pull myself from her with such force that she almost topples over. "What?" Althea catches her balance and puts up both hands, but keeps her voice low. "Hear me out, no matter what really happened. It's going to be an uphill battle. Filing a report against a board member. It's career suicide." She stares at me, waiting for my response. Then disbelief creeps into her eyes as the realization sets in. "Jillian, don't tell me you're going to pursue this. Tell them you're willing to withdraw your case if they undo the termination." Feeling repulsed, my mouth twists, and I instinctively stand up straight with my chest puffed out. I dismiss Althea's misguided advice by furiously shaking my head. "Have a good day, Althea," I say stiffly. I turn and walk away, then, wanting to put as much space between us as possible, I quicken my pace. I am not one to let desperation dictate my decisions. I need a job, but I won't compromise my integrity. Lunchtime finds me in a quiet cafe. I'm in desperate need of a cup of coffee after this long morning. When my French vanilla latte arrives, I search for a secluded corner. There's a spot with an armchair. I sit and nurse my coffee, more out of a need for comfort than caffeine. I'm not in a bad financial situation by any means. I have a safety net. Still, I don't want to depend on my savings for too long with no prospects. The rejections keep piling up, filling my mind with worry about how much longer I can survive without a stable income. Amid this spiral, my phone rings. I check to see who's calling. It's my friend, Raphael. "Hello?" Hey, Jill. Matching his upbeat tone, I say, "Hey, what's up?" "Well, I did some research and I think I have the perfect opportunity for you." "Really? What is it?" "A wealthy patient needs private rehab services." "What kind of rehab?" I ask. "You'll find out at the interview. Word is, this patient is a bitch to work with. I hear Dr. Grayson, the MPT, walked out on them, and the assistant doesn't want to touch it." "Neurological physical therapy?" "Grayson's not an MD, though." "Who's the neurologist?" "Not sure. I'm just an RN. That's beyond my pay grade. But you know physical medicine and rehab. Unless you have other offers." "Even if I don't have other offers, what makes you think I have the patience?" "You said a doc sexually harassed you, then had you fired from the hospital. I remember nothing about you burning that mother down." Raphael waits for a beat, then says, "You have the patience. I'll text you the location." The possibility of work ignites a spark of optimism in my weary heart. I head home to pick an outfit that says I mean business. The next morning, I arrive at the interview location. It's a mansion on a sprawling estate that is both familiar and unfamiliar to me. The spacious stone and wood manor with 6 chimneys, a 4-car garage, an 8-seat home theater, a gym, and a jacuzzi overlooks a large creek. From end to end, it measures 7,000 square feet. This estate belongs to the Merringtons, but they are always traveling on business. And Kevin won't be here. With my heart racing, I approach the door. Unconsciously, I slide my hands down my skirt, smoothing it out to regain some semblance of control. Who on earth am I supposed to be looking after? Kevin's face flashes in my mind. But he's rising through the ranks of the military now. His dream. So it can't be him. Can it? Dara, the Merringtons' longtime assistant, opens the door. "Jillian," she says warmly. "What a pleasant surprise. Please come in." We enter the informal sitting area. My steps falter as a familiar face greets me from behind the coffee table. Madison Merrington, Kevin's mother, and I share a fleeting moment of recognition as our eyes lock. A tense silence emerges. But Madison's welcoming smile erases it. Even if I'm unable to mask my surprise, her genuine happiness at seeing me is clear. "Jillian, it's so good to see you. How have you been?" "I've been well, Mrs. Merrington. Thank you." "Call me Madison. I must admit I got excited when I was told you were coming. It has been far too long. Please, come sit." I sit across from her, and suddenly, the resume I'm holding feels pointless. Her enthusiasm implies that this interview is just a formality. Our history creates an unspoken connection as we continue to exchange pleasantries. Finally, Madison lets out a heavy sigh and says, "I'm sure you're wondering what's going on, why you're here." That's an understatement. I have so many questions, but all I say in response is, "I am." "It's Kevin," she says. I stifle a gasp, not wanting to seem unprofessional. "Kevin, I thought he was on active duty." He was. His unit was going through specialized training to become demoners. "Demoners?" I ask her. "I'm sorry. He went to a special area to remove landmines. Landmines can be deadly." I take in a calming breath. "So what happened to Kevin?" "He was at a dementing work site. According to the report, his electromagnetic equipment malfunctioned. He stepped on a landmine, and it detonated. My attempts to stay professional vanish when I instinctively cover my mouth. Oh my goodness," Madison continues. "He's undergone corrective surgery for foot trauma, but he still cannot walk. The neurologist says there is nerve damage and recommended a neurological physical therapist." "Was that Grayson?" "It was." She shakes her head. "I mean, it is. Grayson hasn't left, at least not yet. He's just having difficulty working with Kevin." "Why?" I ask. "You grew up with Kevin. You know how full of life he is. An injury like this puts him behind a desk. He's depressed, Jillian. I nod. I understand. When I saw your name on the list of applicants and went over your medical experience, I dismissed everyone else. I looked down at my resume. You know what makes him laugh, what motivates him, and you know how to help him overcome this? She hesitates. This challenge. Can you be patient with him and help him in his time of need? Despite our fractured friendship years ago, it breaks my heart to hear of his struggles. I promise to do my best, I say. My determination is reignited by a sense of duty and care for the friend I lost touch with. For me, this job is not just a means to an end. This is a chance to make a difference, mend broken bridges, and find renewed purpose.
Chapter 5. Kevin. I look around my family's home gym as I enter from the long hallway. As I survey the equipment and layout, I let out a sigh of defeat. The distance from my bedroom to the gym didn't bother me in the past. Today I need to use the power boost feature on my wheelchair to travel the length of it, at least from the guest bedroom. I'll never see my upstairs bedroom again. Once inside the room, I try to use my hands and arms to steer. To the left of the entrance is a desk. I navigate my way there. That wasn't too hard, I mumble. Then I let out another sigh. Might as well get used to getting around this way. I'm going to be stuck in this chair for the rest of my life. I shift my focus to the massage table and parallel stability bars. New equipment that was installed to help during physical therapy. I grimace. Why the hell would they even put that there? I'm never going to freaking walk again. What's a massage supposed to do when I can't feel a damn thing? I push my way toward them, unsure if I'm going to knock them to the floor in a fit of anger or cry from my inner torture. I do neither. Instead, I sit in the room's corner and stare in disgust. This is the gym that we've had temporarily converted into a physical therapy area. It's my mother's voice. I guess she is right outside the gym. Who is she talking to? I turn my head to get a better look, but my mom is the only figure I see in front of the entrance. I didn't mean for the interview and tour to take 3 hours, but this should be the last room we show you. You'll be spending a lot of time here, so I thought you would want to see your workspace. Workspace? Did she hire a new therapist? I'll just run them off like I did Grayson. It's no problem. I hear another familiar voice. My jaw drops and my eyes narrow as I see Jillian enter the room. In that instant, I feel my heart sink, my mind whirl, and my ears buzz. Unbelievable, I say under my breath. It has been years since we last spoke, and yet the past grievances between us now surge forward like a relentless tide. It's my belief that time usually allows these feelings to recede, but upon seeing her, they are now crashing over me with fresh intensity. I've never actually been inside this house, Jillian says to my mother. I only knew the house in the city, so I needed to get acquainted with the layout here and to understand where Kevin was on his rehabilitation journey. None of it has been time wasted. Believe me. On hearing her words, I can't help but feel a mix of guilt and simmering resentment towards Jillian. The original look of disgust on my face turns into a hardened mask of indifference to shield my genuine tumultuous emotions. The ladies turn to walk in the opposite direction toward the sauna. I push myself closer to them. Of all the people in the world, her. Mom and Jillian remain engaged in conversation, oblivious to my presence. Mom nods her head. Yes. Well, we schedule the gardeners and housekeepers for weekly maintenance. We may increase it now that someone will be here. Oh, Jillian says in a shocked tone. You've not been using the house? Not for quite some time. Of course, we made use of it when the boys were in school, but now I accompany Roland when he travels on business, and it's so much more convenient to be at the house in the city. In fact, I'm headed back this evening. Mom turns around to the entrance with a gesture that says she is leaving soon. She notices me then. Kevin, I didn't know you were here. Of course you didn't, I say with a scoff. I'm just an obligation and a burden. You don't care about me. Mom gives me a kiss on the cheek. I'll let the two of you get reacquainted and then come say goodbye before I go. She leaves the gym and Jillian walks up to me. Hello, Kevin, she says, and gives me what I can only call a professional smile. With a dismissive tone, I try to end the conversation before it begins. Jillian, you can go too. The last physical therapist took his stuff and left. You won't last here either. I hope she will rise to my challenge and walk away. But Jillian, undeterred, stands her ground. It's good I'm not a physical therapist then. I'm glad to be here to work with you, and I hope we can make progress toward your rehabilitation. The fire of determination blazes in her eyes as she declares her intent to stay. I glare at her. If you're not a physical therapist, then why are you here? You don't have a more important job? Or did my mom dangle a golden carrot in front of you? Jillian ignores my question and walks to the desk by the entrance. She picks up a binder, opens it up, and starts reading. According to this, the doctor prescribed you a low dosage of pregabalin and duloxetine. Have you had any dizziness or constipation? She looks up from the binder, waiting for an answer. I give her a blank stare. Any blurred vision or upset stomach? I don't answer. Well, let's get you back to your room so we can give you your meds. I'll monitor your responses to get the answers to my questions. She walks behind me and starts pushing the wheelchair. No, I say, and push the power boost to roll myself into the room. Inside the guest bedroom, I navigate around the bed, turn and face her as she walks in. Mom must have shown her where the medication is because she goes straight to the bottles and reads them. As Jillian measures out my medication with precise movements, I find my gaze lingering on her. Memories of better times clash with the bitterness of our estrangement. I remember us traveling on the bus for away games when she was captain of the women's basketball team, and I was co-captain of the men's. Snippets of us hanging out after our soccer games flood my mind. I recall how we'd always grab a bite to eat after practice. If you want to find Kevin, ask Jillian, or vice versa, our classmates would say. Those memories don't include my ex-girlfriend Marion, a cheerleader from a wealthy family. Her parents and my parents knew each other well. It made sense for me to date her. Still, I can't help but wonder why I believe the rumors Marion spread. Few people know my dad is a total hard-ass. I recall when my immature pranks pissed him off to the point of beating me up. One of those people is Marion. She knew my family and what went on behind closed doors. Even fewer know how my brother Lucas makes me feel insignificant. My insecurities with sibling rivalry run deep. He outshines me at everything, and that will never change, even in the military. But I confided in Jillian as a friend. During those after-practice food runs or when giving Jillian a ride, personal confessions, aspirations, and struggles at home came up. It's for that reason I know about her work ethic. I also know that she took weekend and summer jobs to help pay for her school needs. I know she didn't have time or patience for a boyfriend. I was the closest thing she had to that. I see now how Marion convinced me everything came from Jillian, tarnishing my image and then causing our friendship to crumble. I can't get the image out of my head of embarrassing Jillian in front of our teammates about her struggles in a single-parent home. The regret gnaws at me, and I can't shake the guilt of hurting Jillian, my once closest friend. The pain I caused her permeates the air, even after all this time. My jaw tightens as I hear the silent accusation haunting my thoughts. I notice Jillian's brow furrowing in concentration. My heart twinges with an emotion I cannot name. It's this mix of yearning, regret, and a little hope for redemption. I am resolved to maintain my distance from Jillian, so I rehearse my defenses in my mind. I vow to reject any semblance of pity or obligation she might offer. My thoughts are a mess, wanting to distance myself from her but feeling so guilty for causing her pain. Jillian remembers the man who had so much promise. She knew a man who could have accomplished anything. She doesn't know this shell of a man rolling in front of her. I won't have her pitying me because I'm half a man. To hell with that. And I will not accept any fake friendship. I have to keep her at arm's length. I am convinced that my damaged state leaves no room for reconciliation, no space for the rekindling of an old friendship. It's painful but necessary. At least that's what I'm telling myself.
Chapter 6. Jillian. This is my second time entering the guest bedroom. My first was during the tour given to me by Madison. When I enter the room, almost running behind Kevin's wheelchair, I go straight to the desk that is now a converted medical workstation. Next to it stands a nursing trolley stocked with his medications and essential supplies. I'm assuming I'll have everything I need here, especially seeing how the gym is now a physical therapy room, and there is a hospital-grade trolley in the guest bedroom. They spared no expense for his health care, but I'm certain it's an insignificant one to them. I open the top drawer to find a box of nitrile gloves. Once I put them on, I unlock the medication cabinet, remove a counting tray, and pull out 2 pill bottles. I look at the directions on the first bottle. The prescription gives him enough meds for 2 weeks. I open the bottle and pour the medication out to count the remaining tablets. Upon counting them, I look at Kevin in shock. This bottle gives 2 weeks of medication. There are still 2 weeks here. The disbelief in my voice is unmistakable. Kevin does nothing but stare at me. His eyes remind me of his earlier challenge for me to leave. I grind my teeth, place 1 pill in a medicine cup, place the others in a pill organizer, and then pick up the second bottle. Although I know it will also be untouched, I must count the remaining dosage inside. You haven't taken this either. I go from not believing the circumstance to just accepting it. With the same care, I place the pills in the cup and organizer. As I walk towards Kevin, holding the medicine cup steady, my expression betrays no sign of wavering. Yet I'm getting less patient by the minute. Kevin turns his head, refusing to take the medication. I know him well enough to recognize his stubbornness when I see it. "Come on, Kevin," I chide, my voice tinged with frustration. "You're acting like an obstinate child." "You should leave. There is nothing you can do for me." With my jaw still tight, trying to control my waning patience, I speak. "I choose to think differently. I believe I can help you help yourself." "I don't want your help," he mumbles. "Kevin, I don't want your help. I cannot ethically leave you here without medical attention." With each declaration, our voices rise, the tension in the air becoming almost palpable. It's a tug-of-war between us, neither willing to give in. I'm standing above him now, with the cup inches from his face, but he grabs my upper arm to keep me from coming any closer. "I said leave. Get out!" Kevin winces. He releases my arm, and both hands move to clutch the top of his right leg. Within seconds, his face turns crimson and then changes to a pasty white with protruding blue-green blood vessels. It's obvious pain is surging through him at the moment, but I still have to ask the question. "Kevin, are you in pain right now?" He doesn't answer. All I hear are unintelligible gurgles and grunts amid his gasps for air. When I see him sliding out of the chair, I put the cup down. Then I grab the wheelchair belt to secure him and keep him from falling to the floor. Just as I fasten the belt, he jerks up, his back as straight as a rod. "I have to help him." My resolve hardens. I pick up the medicine cup with one hand and grip Kevin's chin with the other, my fingers strong after years spent in nursing. With a gentle but determined force, I tilt his head back and place the rim of the cup to his lips. The contents tip into his mouth. The severe measures are at odds with my benevolent purpose. Kevin swallows the medicine, his jaw tensing with contempt. Still clutching his leg and shaking as the pain subsides, he glares at me, his pride wounded because of his current state of dependence. "Kevin, can you hear me?" I ask. "Do you know where you are?" "Yeah," he mutters. "I'm in hell." You haven't lost your sense of humor. Let's make sure the meds are in. Once I confirm he has taken the pills, I release my hold. I keep a close eye and wait for his breathing to become steady. I'm sorry that I had to use force, Kevin, but doctors prescribe those pills to deal with this type of situation. I can help you manage that pain if you let me. The meds should take effect in about 20 minutes. He looks up at me from his chair. If looks could kill. I told you, I don't want your help, Kevin says. His voice is more controlled, as if he's trying not to do something he'll regret. He bolts toward the bedroom door, forcing me to dodge to avoid getting my foot run over. Right in the doorway, he pauses and jerks his head to the left. I step forward, thinking he wants to say something to me. When I do, he turns to the front and pushes himself into the hallway. Kevin, where are you going? I ask, my voice filled with concern. Anywhere but where you are. I remain close, following him like a shadow. To him, my presence is a silent reminder of my duty. I'm not here as a friend or family member. I am here as a healthcare professional. Kevin's displeasure with that fact is clear with each aggressive roll of his wheelchair. As he wheels towards the bathroom, I halt at the threshold to respect his privacy. Because the door is now removed, I hang back a bit, but I stay close enough to lend a hand if needed. I can sense his frustration. I've witnessed it in other patients used to doing everything on their own. When they require help, their dependence becomes painfully clear. It's a glaring spotlight on their vulnerability. Vulnerability is something Kevin never shows. Not regularly anyway. Yet it's my experience that my proximity provides a reluctant comfort. In Kevin's darkest moments, I can serve as a reassuring presence, letting him know he is not alone in this struggle. Let me know if you need any help, I call out to him. Yeah, like I do that, he says sarcastically. Until you willingly do it, I will follow you wherever you go. Fine, he says. I notice his tone is very pointed. If it will give me room to breathe, I'll let you know. Outside the bathroom door, I continue to stand as a guardian. My thoughts are a mix of professional concerns and personal reflections. I remember all the stuff Kevin and I have been through together, the tough times, the moments when we were strong and open with each other. I recall confiding in Kevin about my desire to take online classes in sports medicine, despite juggling school, basketball, soccer, and work. Those curbside confessions of our aspirations and desires are still special. Even when I didn't know how I would pay for them, he encouraged me to take sports medicine classes. But the end of our friendship shifted me in a different direction. I reflect on the irony of my transition to physical medicine and rehabilitation. My presence here results from that knowledge. I know what it's like for Kevin to battle against his own desires and limitations, especially in pleasing his father and living up to his brother's example. There is a constant expectation for him to achieve more. I'm certain that is where most of his turmoil stems. It's likely that he feels like a disappointment to them because of his incapacity. That kind of pressure can bring a lot of anxiety with it. That may be one reason he is taking the antidepressant too, I say under my breath. Or rather, supposed to be taking it. When Kevin finally emerges, his already sour mood worsened by the invasion of his personal space. I look at him. I didn't hear a flush. I came in here to distance myself from you, not to go to the toilet. I take a cleansing breath, determined to remain steadfast and undeterred by his rebukes. I can't help but contemplate the fact that he's a patient and he's feeling down about his situation, which is understandable. Kevin, know that I understand what you're going through. He turns his head in one swift motion. You don't understand what I'm going through. You never did and you never will. He rolls himself toward the bedroom. Just leave me be. Go away. I can hear the frustration and defeat in his voice. I will not leave you alone. You need medical attention, Kevin. I don't want your attention. Get someone else. There is no one else, I bark at him as he rolls ahead of me. There is no other nurse or therapist who wants to touch your cantankerous attitude. It's just me. Kevin wheels around with such force and inexperience that I think he's going to topple over. When he's facing me, all I can see are daggers in his eyes. Sure, they're ethically obligated to care for you, but they'd rather do it virtually. Kevin's mouth opens and closes twice, but I'm on a roll and am not giving him any space to interrupt. I carry on with my rant. And based on your most recent episode, what would happen if I left now? You should consider where you'd be if I left you without the care and help you need. Chapter 7. Jillian. 1 grunt, 2 grunts, 3 grunts, 4. Kevin, calling his name is my way of asking if he needs help. I'm sitting in an armchair across the room, waiting for him to relax and fall asleep. In my hands, I hold a book I've yet to open. There's a floor lantern next to me for extra light, which I'll turn on later. I watch as Kevin struggles with his position in bed, his determined, independent nature clear in every strained movement. I know him well enough to understand that asking for help is not in his nature. But Kevin doesn't answer. He's all worked up, twisting and grunting. Kevin. Twist left again and grunt. Kevin. Twist right and grunt. By now, this hopeless bedridden hokey pokey is frustrating the both of us to no end. I can't stand by and watch him struggle alone any longer. My instinct is to adjust his bed for him, but I decide against that course of action. Instead, I push myself out of the armchair, sit the book down on the seat, walk to the linen closet, and retrieve a pillow. I turn in his direction, displaying the pillow. I raise my eyebrows as a silent question to ask if he would like it. Kevin looks at the pillow, then at me. I could use 1 or 2 pillows. I grab a second pillow and walk over to his bedside. When I reach the bed, I stand there with an expression that signals I'm waiting for more instructions. I'm having some trouble getting comfortable, he admits. Without a word, I step in, using a gentle touch to guide him, and provide support while still allowing him to be in control. I slip my left hand under his knees and place a pillow beneath them. Then, with an inquisitive look, I wait for him to let me know how that change feels. He sighs. That feels good. How about the other one under my back? I don't know if it will stay there, but it might work to help me get to sleep. I place the second pillow on his legs, and then with my hands on his shoulders, help him sit up straight. Next, I position the pillow lengthwise beneath his back. He eases back as I adjust it. I stand upright and wait for his response. That works, he says, smiling sheepishly. I know there's a delicate balance between providing help and respecting a patient's independence, so I need to treat Kevin like any other patient without overwhelming him with needless coddling. If I keep that in mind, I believe things will progress well toward his rehabilitation. Kevin takes a deep breath and closes his eyes, but the sound of his phone ringing shatters the calm atmosphere in the room. He reaches to pick it up, and I can see the immediate shift in his demeanor. Anticipation etches deeper lines on his face as he braces himself to answer the call. He puts the call on speaker. I'm itching to move, feeling like an absolute eavesdropper, yet I know he wants me to listen. Hi, Mom. I notice his body tense and his eyes darken. Your father's on the call too, Kevin. Dad, he says curtly. How are you, dear? Madison asks Kevin. Fine, I guess, he replies. There's an awkward silence before anyone else speaks. It's Mr. Merrington. Do you want to elaborate? No? Roland, come back, I hear Madison say. It's clear that Mr. Merrington doesn't get very far, because within seconds he shouts into the phone. Do you have any idea of the amount of stress you are putting your mother through? I knew it, Kevin says, throwing his arms up in exasperation. I was wondering when it would get around to being my fault. Yet again. Honey, Madison begins, and then just as quickly lowers her voice to rein in Mr. Merrington's rising anger. Roland, please, Kevin. We only want you to rise to the challenge like you always do. Nobody is saying anything is your fault. That's not what I'm hearing. Dad says I'm stressing you out. Madison tries to speak. Kevin, Mr. Merrington and Kevin interrupt her by shouting over one another. I told you this call would be pointless. He's not ready to listen, Mr. Merrington yells. What about what I'm going through? Kevin barks. I'm the one unable to walk or have a normal life. The heated shouting continues. It's difficult for me to catch what either is saying, but I hear Mr. Merrington say, I knew we should have asked Lucas to call him. He doesn't listen to us. I have known no one to be as stubborn and pig-headed as that boy. As he continues, Kevin jumps on top of his dad's sentence. Stubborn? I have done everything you've asked of me. You've done nothing I've asked you. When I notice Kevin is about to say more hurtful things to his parents, especially his dad, I raise both hands, my fingers spread, signaling him to calm down. Kevin looks at me in amazement and points to the phone as his father continues to shout. Are you hearing this stuff? He asks me. I reach over and mute the call. My voice is just above a whisper when I respond. Before things went south, all I heard was genuine love and concern for you. All this shouting is not helping. You're taking their side? Why am I always the one who has to stand there and take it? Love and concern my ass? He was the one who started shouting. Well, why don't you be the one to end it, Kevin? I say in a challenging but calm and decisive tone. After my challenge, we remain motionless, locked in a gaze. Our eyes overflow with unspoken thoughts. Kevin's mouth opens to say something, but he averts his gaze, opting to remain silent. Once the synchronized shouting finally dies down, a never-ending silence puts me on edge, waiting to see who will strike next. Then Mr. Merrington speaks in a low, condescending voice. I hope you're happy. Your mother is in tears. And without so much as a goodbye, Kevin's dad ends the call. The next day, I walk to Kevin's bedroom. I pause right before the threshold and then turn around to face away from the entrance. Then I reach behind me and knock on the door. Yeah, Kevin says. His voice is low and husky as though he has just woken up. How was your night? Were you able to sleep? It was a crap night. Who can sleep with the thermostat set to hell? You could have reset it, I say to him. Meanwhile, I reach into my back pocket to get my phone and then search for the app that controls the temperature setting. It's set to be 68 degrees at night, I tell him. Well, it definitely wasn't 68 degrees last night. I felt like I was in a flipping inferno. You need to check the temperature when you leave me for the night. I sigh while returning my phone to its pocket. Understood. Kevin grabs the bed control and lifts the back of the bed to an upright position. I remove the extra pillows from the bed. Are you okay with the temperature now? I don't care what it is now, he snaps. I'm not trying to sleep. All right, I say under my breath as I place the pillows on the table, intending to disinfect them later. This allows me to turn around and roll my eyes. Bacon, eggs, and pancakes? I ask. What? No. Why not? I can't work that off. Granola with fruit and yogurt. You obviously need to consult with a dietitian. I shake it off and put on a professional demeanor. Let's get you cleaned up. I can do it myself. There are bathing wipes in the bathroom. I just need to get in the chair. I bring the chair close to the bed, swing his legs over the side, and help him place his hands on the arms. Then, Like a newbie gymnast, he struggles to use his upper body strength to plop onto the chair. I follow him and wait outside. After a few moments, I hear cabinet doors slamming. Damn it! I run inside. He looks at me with rage and desperation before demanding, "Where are the bath wipes?" His eyes plead for help, reflecting a pain that goes deeper than just his physical injuries. But I know he is too proud to voice it. Later that day, Kevin sits in the physical therapy room. His body faces the parallel bars, but his gaze appears distant. I offer him a bottle of water. "Be cool." He reaches up to take the bottle. I show him a small digital temperature gauge that I hold in my other hand. "I'm going to put this in your room to monitor the temperature. If it goes over 68 degrees, my phone will alert me." He smiles, looks down at the bottle, and then snaps his head up. "And the bath wipes?" he asks. I've placed a package in the bathroom and a package in the bedroom. This time when he smiles, I can't help but see the boy I had known in high school. Bittersweet memories and emotions from the past come up. Nope, not today. I stomp them down. My focus is on supporting Kevin, helping him navigate the challenges he faces, and ensuring that he feels heard and cared for in his journey towards recovery.
Chapter 8. Kevin. Useless. These worthless legs of mine resist me at every turn. "Come on, Kevin," Jillian pleads, hands resting on the backs of my knees. "Let's give this stretch one more shot before we move on." All I can manage is a grumble of haughty, indiscernible words as she tugs at the back of my knees, forcing my legs upwards, parallel to the floor. "Very good," she says, lowering them again. "We'll just flex these ankles and work on that ankle dorsiflexion." She says these words like they matter. Like somewhere within these useless lumps lies a brain capable of hearing her. I can't stand it. What a waste of time. "Let's do one more before the video call." "Enough!" I growl through my tightened jaw. "But we need to warm up your muscles before the real therapy." "I said enough!" I yell, pushing back against the grip of my wheels to push myself away. "This is... You better not say... useless." I throw the words back at her again. I've said it before and I'll say it again. What's the point? Jillian looks stoic, like a heroin nurse in a cheesy afternoon movie. I can see the wheels turning in her mind, the compassion, the desire to push me like she knows what's best for me. "Look, Kevin," she says, still in her squatting position. "This is just how we start. We need to remind your nerves of what to do. We need to stimulate them. We're regenerating nerve function. It will take time." I don't know what bothers me more, her endless optimism or the way she says we. Even if it's nice for her to be at eye level, for once, it still doesn't change the inevitable. "I think I'm done for the day," I say shortly, so as not to lose my temper again. "Forget this noise. There's nothing that irks me more than the idea of doing this day after day for years, while nothing happens. I just don't think I could give something that unlikely any hope." The doctor says that nerve regeneration is possible. We just need to keep up the work. Either way, you need to exercise. I shake my head, trying not to argue with her. "Could we just give it one more shot?" she begs, looking at me with her cat-shaped eyes. I see a mischievous look take over her face. She's hatching a plan. "Let's try this," she says, standing up and crossing her arms. Despite the way she yanks my chain, there's something alluring about the way she looks at me. Her soft brown arms fold into themselves like she's got an ace up her sleeve. Makes it so easy to act like we used to. I missed her more than I could have ever known. I should have seen the next move coming, considering how long I've known her. 5 more minutes. Damn, she's good. "You remember? Study nights. Mr. Miller's class." How could I forget? Our high school chemistry teacher was a hard ass on all things homework. Jillian pushed me through every lab, with one little saying to motivate me. I grumble, letting her know that while my legs don't work, my memory is fine. You do remember. Okay then? Let's try it. 5 more minutes with me and 5 minutes with Dr. Grayson when he calls in. We can stop anytime you want, after 5 minutes. I flip my wheels to the side for a moment and heave a sigh of reluctant acceptance. So these are her terms. Tease me like she did when we were kids. Trick me into giving her something. Damn, she's good. Fine, I say, still looking away so I don't have to suffer the defeat. Also, so she won't catch me staring. One thing is different than it was in school. How attractive I'm finding Jillian to be bossing me around. I'll get the weights. She smiles as she saunters away toward the therapy cabinet with our growing collection of yoga balls, straps, and bungee cords. All the items necessary to make a man walk again. I look at the open cabinet, wondering for the first time if Jillian's optimism is just the ticket for a full recovery. But then I remember Hope and the cruel mistress that she is. I don't have the heart to tell myself to believe in something I know won't happen. Still, it's only 5 more minutes. So for this one, we're going to use this weighted ball to work your forearms. I shoot her a wry look as my eyes pop over to my toned biceps. My brows drop, because she must be crazy. I know, she says, shaking her head. It's not for your arms, it's for your hips. This exercise will help strengthen those lower hip muscles. She places the ball in my hands, then touches the sides of my shoulders to position it evenly in my arms. I feel a slight tingle wind its way from my shoulder down my arm. Too bad the feeling doesn't tug at anything in these legs of mine. Now let's lower the ball slowly, she says, guiding the sphere with her hands around mine. Despite constant resistance from me, Jillian's soft touch never wavers. Now raise again. Very good. She looks down at the watch on her wrist. Do you think you can continue while I set up for Dr. Grayson? I simply nod, not wanting to take my mind off the task now that I've started. She makes a good point that, at the very least, this is exercise. I may never walk again, but that doesn't mean I have to look at it. Jillian scurries around the room with a spring in her step, like she's nervous. Her scrubs of the day, a sweet mint green color, flit around the room carrying the day's therapy equipment. Now and then, her eyes dart back at me to make sure I haven't given up. Good thing, because I want to. Without her there to guide me, the frustration starts up again. I'm ready to quit when I hear her voice call out across the room. Those 5 minutes aren't up yet, Kevin. A tiny smile cracks my grimace and scrawls across my face as my arms lower and raise the weighted ball like it will do any good. Still, since she's got me here, I might as well. I find myself thinking back to those other therapists and how massively unsuccessful they were at helping me. But maybe Jillian has something they didn't. We have history. As much as I want to fight her like she's any other RN, she's not. She's Jillian, the girl I used to do everything with. There were years when she was the girl I would have done anything for. Now she's here, luring me into things I don't want to do the way an old friend would, with banter and inside jokes. See now? She smiles, returning to the practice with her hands over mine like she was there all along. You survived, and Dr. Grayson is already on the laptop, so we can go straight to him. Did you trick me? I say, lowering the ball into my lap, because I feel tricked. Well, I never set a timer, silly. She saunters behind me, pushing me to the computer. I never did when we were kids either. I just told you I did. Jillian Hart. I should have known, I say, not resisting in the least as she pushes me towards the screen. Now, Dr. Grayson will join us in person in a couple of days, but I'll be handling some light therapy with his instruction until then. We stop in front of the computer where I see a familiar face. Kevin. He clears his throat. Clearly, the memory of our last meeting is still on his mind. Good to see Jillian here has been able to motivate you to keep up with the exercise. I'm just humoring her, I shoot back, taking the grin from his face. I feel a slight smack against my shoulder from my old friend as she takes over the session. Dr. Grayson, thank you for joining us. Kevin here might just cooperate today. Well, here's hoping, the therapist says, looking pleased with himself that he's not in the room with me. I tell him off if it weren't for Jillian's hushed tones taking over the session. We just completed our stretches and we're ready to get to work, doctor. Great, let's move on to the table. Jillian wheels me toward the therapy table where she assists me onto my back. Now let's start by stimulating behind the thighs, Dr. Grayson's voice calls over the speaker. It's odd, laying on my back with Jillian over me, her weight pushing against my legs. I would give anything to feel her resistance pushing against my body. But there's nothing. Still, her soft touch is all I can take from this moment and call it good. Watching my parents abandon me has made something clear to me. People don't stick around with something like this dragging them down. They run. Inevitably, they always do. There's a truth in these revelations that's been hard for me to cope with, that I may never be with another woman again. Looking up at the determined look on Jillian's face as she moves my legs back and forth, I wonder if this is the closest I'll ever be again. Just when I'm lost in thought, her eyes focus on mine. My breath quickens. When I focus on her, I realize that hers does too. Are we still there? Dr. Grayson calls out from across the room. Jillian takes a second to answer. Yes, she says, her voice breathless like a whisper. We're here. Chapter 9. Kevin. You don't need to move in here, I say, hearing my voice come out gruff. As deftly as I can, I wheel myself around the living room, following Jillian in from the front door. She's pulling a big suitcase behind her and, frustratingly, it stops me from getting close for a real conversation. I frown, but she can't see me and I realize my performance is being wasted on her. I'm on call 24/7 anyway, comes her reply. Her voice floats back to me, just barely audible over the sound of her suitcase wheels on the polished hardwood floors. It makes sense. I let out a grunt, pushing hard on my wheels until, finally, I managed to maneuver past the suitcase and face her head on. I hate that I have to look up at her when I'm so used to having the height advantage in situations of conflict. To make up for it, I set my scowl a little harder. It's pointless. You're not going to last a week. My words are pointed and hard, but Jillian just shakes her head gently, as if all the scowling and protesting is just rolling off her, as if I'm just another belligerent patient that she has to humor. In her practiced nurse's voice, she answers, I've only been here 2 days. You have such little faith in me. With that, she steps past me. I can do nothing but watch as her suitcase follows, leaving me, once again, helpless. Still, there's a part of me that realizes she's right. As much as I hate to admit it, I need the help, and it's better than calling her in the middle of the night, because I need to get out of bed and use the John. That, and Jillian has the aura of a woman who, once her mind is set on something, gets what she wants. Like yesterday's therapy session. I push away the memories of her hands on my legs, the memories that scratch at my mind, whether I'd like to admit it or not, and instead, wheel my way down the hallway to glance into the spare bedroom. Jillian is happily unpacking, placing her clothes in the empty drawers with what seems like practiced professionalism. Or is it familiarity? It's hard to tell. In any case, I notice that she's brought along more than just the nurse's uniform she's been wearing until now. There are jeans and blouses, even a couple of dresses which bring back painful memories. One too many flashes of Jillian twirling and laughing in the summer dresses she used to wear send me wheeling my way back down the hall without a word. It's not until later that afternoon that I venture out of my own room again. I'm determined not to rely on Jillian for everything, and at the very least, I'm certain I can fix myself a sandwich. I even think about asking if Jillian wants one just to prove I don't need her. But when I wheel my way into the kitchen, I stop dead in my tracks. Jillian is sitting at the table and in her hand is a powdery donut. She takes a bite, a thin dusting of the white powder showing up against her dark lips. You call that lunch? I can't keep the incredulity out of my voice. After the discipline of the army, the thought of eating pure sugar for lunch is horrifying to me. I wheel over just as Jillian looks up guiltily. I shake my head, a frown forming on my face. Before I know it, I'm reaching up and trying to snatch the treat out of her hand. "I thought you were supposed to be the medical professional," I say, my fingers almost closing around the donut, but Jillian pulls it away, her eyes widening with mock indignation. "Hey, this is my donut!" she protests. "No, I can see that," I retort, leaning forward in my wheelchair even as she shields the pastry with my hand. "I'm not trying to eat it. I'm trying to save you from yourself." Jillian giggles, a lilting laugh that pulls me back 15 years. The mischief in her eyes is oddly endearing, and even through my disapproval of her lunch choice, I feel my frown soften. "This is my comfort food," she argues, still laughing. "Food for the soul." I shoot her a disparaging look, but it doesn't seem to deter her. Instead, she cheekily goes to take another bite. Just as she's about to bring it to her lips, my hand darts forward. A second later, my fingers are clamped around the sticky, sweet, sugary donut. "Hey!" Jillian cries, lunging forward to grab it back, but I'm too fast for her. I pull my hand away suddenly. When Jillian reaches for it, she tumbles forward and lands squarely in my lap. Suddenly, the tone shifts dramatically. Our antics come to an abrupt end, and I barely feel the donut in my hand anymore. Instead, all I feel is Jillian's weight on me, the way her thighs press against mine, and the warmth of her body as we stare at each other in stunned silence. It's a dull sensation, admittedly, but the fact that I can feel it at all through the nerve damage is like a shock to the system. It's not just that, though. I can smell her scent, the distinct flowery laundry soap she uses, as well as something else. It's her skin, I realize with a sudden racing in my chest. It seems like a long time that we stare at each other, and her deep brown eyes stop my breathing. Something about the way we're looking at each other makes me feel like I'm about to fall off a cliff, like I'm teetering on the edge of something dangerous. Finally, I feel something tighten in my chest. With one swift, deliberate movement, I push her off with my free hand. The act must take her entirely by surprise because Jillian lands on the floor with a hard thud. Ow, what the hell? Jillian is staring up at me from the ground while rubbing her hip. Her face shows surprise and annoyance, and part of me wants to apologize. But the other part knows that if I do, I'll have to offer her a hand back up, and that might end with her on my lap again. The thought of that is more horrifying than just letting her fall to the floor. "What did you do that for?" She gets up in a huff, one hand still clutching her hip. "I know you used to roughhouse me when we were kids, but haven't you grown out of that?" She's looking down at me, demanding an explanation. But I can tell her words, when we were kids, have kicked up memories for her too. More flashes of past closeness tug at my chest. In an attempt to push them away, I shove the donut up in the air, waving it in Jillian's face like a shield. "The consequences of your own unhealthy habits," I say unconvincingly. In an effort not to see the disbelieving look on Jillian's face, I turn, wheeling over to the trash can and depositing the donut there. Just as I hoped, it's the period at the end of our conversation. Jillian says nothing as I wheel myself out of the kitchen. The second I'm out of earshot, though, I let out a tense sigh. Part of me wonders if my heartbeat is audible throughout the rest of the house, because it seems to be thundering in my ears. My heart is still pounding even as I escape into my own room and shut the door behind me. In the stillness of my refuge, I take a deep breath, trying to control the mess of emotions that are stirring in me. "What the hell?" I whisper in between deep inhales. The feeling of her skin on mine suddenly rips through my mind, and I have to remember how to breathe all over again. I try to tell myself it was just the shock to my legs. They're still healing after all, and I'm sure it's against doctor's orders to have anyone sitting on them. The excuse rings hollow in my mind, though, the same way the excuse about the donut did. There's something way less manageable stirring in me, and it's not something I feel like dealing with right now. Instead, I wheel myself over to my bed and clumsily hoist myself out of my chair. This is definitely something I should be asking for help with, but there's no way I'm calling for Jillian right now. Instead, I managed to flop my upper body onto the mattress and claw my way into a slumped sitting position. It'll have to do for now. And I figure anything is better than having to look into those soulful brown eyes again. There are things there I don't think I want to face. Instead, I grab my laptop and pull up an episode of The Boys, hoping the on-screen violence will numb me to the creeping tendril of tenderness that's forming uninvited in my chest. I try not to think of the lunch I forgot to make in the midst of it all.
Chapter 10. Jillian. I try my best to stifle a grin as I glance down at the 2 chip packets clasped in my hand. One is a bright artificial yellow, the other a muted green. Oh, this is gonna be good, I mutter to myself as I tiptoe through the house, hoping Kevin doesn't hear me. This will only work if it's a surprise. Given that we're living together now, that's not the easiest thing to pull off. Luckily, though, today is the physio's day with him, which gives me just enough time to put my plan into action. I can hear the voice of the physio at the other end of the house. As quietly as I can, I slip into the kitchen and set the chip packets on the counter. The yellow one is the decoy, triple cheese and chili. I chose the most unhealthy flavor I could find, knowing that it would send Kevin into a frenzy. After yesterday's donut debacle, he deserves payback. The other one is a special surprise for him. I tip out the contents of the first packet of chips and replace them with the contents of the second. Now all I have to do is wait. I do my best to wipe the mischievous smile off my face as I position myself at the kitchen table. I pretend to be engrossed in a novel while leaving the open bag of chips right next to me. I even sprinkle a couple of decoy triple cheese crumbs nearby to really sell it. It doesn't take long before I hear the therapist leave, and then the telltale sound of Kevin's wheels in the hallway. In the kitchen, perched at the table, my eyes scan the same unread sentence in my book over and over again. But really, my mind is concentrated wholly on Kevin's whereabouts. It's almost lunchtime, and I know he's bound to come into the kitchen after seeing the physio out. By the sound of his wheelchair, I'm right. My heart races, and once again I have to force my face into a neutral expression so as not to give the prank away. Finally, I hear him come to a stop just inside the kitchen door. Oh my God, are you serious? Kevin's annoyance is clear as he enters the room and presumably catches sight of the chips. What? I ask, barely looking up from my book. A thrill of humor runs through me as I catch sight of Kevin's face, but I remain calm. I affect what I hope is an innocently quizzical expression and wait for him to react. It doesn't take long. In fact, he's looking at me like I'm a misbehaving child and he's my stern father. That only makes it that much sweeter. I can already anticipate the satisfaction of him falling headfirst into my trap. This isn't lunch, he whines, pointing at the chip packet. I let my eyes follow his gaze, if only to stop myself from giving it all away right there and then. But secretly, I'm relishing his chastisement. God, this is the Kevin I know. The one who's way too serious about things that don't matter and way too silly about things that do. He's the Kevin I know who secretly loves junk food, but whose upbringing was too strict to let him enjoy it. And he's the Kevin who, for as long as I've known him, has hated even the sight of kale. Which is why this plan is going to be so good. It's only because I know him so well that this will work, and I bet he thinks I've forgotten. I roll my eyes, but that only goads him on, and it takes him a split second for him to wheel his way up to the table and snatch the packet away triumphantly. Hey, I was eating those, I complain, putting on my most petulant voice. I even slam my book closed, as if his confiscation of my beloved chips is enough to get me riled up. Kevin falls for it, giving me a stern look. This is a snack, he tells me emphatically, holding up the packet like a trophy. You eat it occasionally in between meals, not as a meal. As he speaks, he shoves a hand into the packet and pulls out a couple of dark green chips. To my delight, he doesn't look at them. Instead, He's still staring at me as if to drive his point into my brain. And then it happens. With a single thoughtless gesture, he deposits the kale chips into his mouth and chews. I manage to bite back a laugh as he does so, but it doesn't matter. After that first crunch, he's no longer looking at me. Instead, his face is curled into a look of disgust as he tries to figure out what's happening. He opens his mouth as if to buffer his taste buds from the offending vegetable. What The chips muffle his words, but I know exactly what he's saying. Finally, I can't hold it in anymore. My laughter spills out of me as Kevin glances confusedly between me and the chip packet. Finally, he peers inside and his face contorts into one of disbelief. By now he's cottoning on to what's happened, and his hand reaches into the packet to pull out another handful of the despised green snacks. Finally, he spits the remainder of his mouthful into his hand and stares at me with total incredulity. You little... But I barely hear him over my laughter. The look on his face is the sweetest victory, and for a second I feel like we're teenagers again, messing with each other for the fun of it, knowing we'll always be best friends. The bittersweet memory threatens to destroy my mirth, but I'm enjoying myself too much. I push the thought away and am again flooded with the mischievous laughter that feels so good. Kevin's not exactly laughing along with me, but I can tell he appreciates the prank. Even though he's got a look of annoyance on his face, I know he doesn't mean it. Not entirely, at least. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I'd say there was a hint of begrudging respect showing in his eyes. As I finally pull myself together, I can see he's almost enjoying this as much as I am. The impression is only strengthened when he finally lets out a low but genuine chuckle. It's music to my ears. All right, he says, shaking his head and wheeling over to the trash can. You win that round, but don't you dare think this is over. He deposits the remnants of the kale chips in the trash and flashes me a warning grin. Something about it sends a ripple of happiness running through me. It's the first time since I arrived that things feel genuinely light between us. Almost like... No, I don't want to think about the past anymore. I decide I'm happy to simply have this present, and I narrow my eyes at him playfully. That's what you think, I tell him, getting up from my chair and spinning around the table in my nurse's uniform. But I got you good. As Kevin lingers at the trash can, I do a victory dance around the room. It feels good to be this light again, especially after the month I've had, and I find the laughter bubbling out of me once more. It's not out of humor this time, though. No, this laughter comes from a place of relief. It finally feels like the tension between us is melting a little, and when I catch Kevin's eye again, I see he's laughing too. All right. No need to rub it in, he says, rolling his eyes, but he's still smiling, and I do one last twirl around the kitchen table before coming to rest beside his wheelchair. How about some real lunch then? I ask, a little breathless. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you, which, isn't very far actually, he says, glancing painfully down at his legs. When he glances up again, though, I see that same teasing smile has returned. Come on, junk food queen. I'm making sandwiches. Comfort food, I correct as he wheels his way to the fridge, but I do it with a smile. There's just been something about this day that makes me happy. Nothing can spoil it. I'm trying not to admit that a big part of it is because of Kevin. Only because he's loosened up, I warn myself to enjoy the present. As I help him pull ingredients off the shelf, I notice there's something in him I haven't seen since arriving here. I can only describe it as pride, and not the false pride of an injured soldier fighting his misfortune. This is the pride of a man who knows who he is. It makes my heart expand just a little. See this? He asks, holding up a tomato. This is real food. He throws a look of mock condescension my way before shutting the fridge door and rolling toward the table. I can only smile once again as I follow him.
Chapter 11. Kevin. Have you ever cut a tomato before? Yes. I hold up my hands in a joking defense at Jillian's defensive answer. I can't help but laugh. I was just curious. She sees my smile and her shoulders ease along with her countenance. I'm assuming you're asking because I'm doing it wrong? She moves to the side so I can see her mangled tomato on the cutting board, juices and seeds squished out onto the board. I mean, there's a better way. She sighs but smiles, handing me the knife. I wave it away. No, keep going. That's how you learn. Oh, you're one to talk. She looks back at the mutilated fruit and then back to me. How did you become a pro chef anyway? How did you not? I know how to do things good enough for me. Plus, the hours I used to pull, it was just easier to call in orders. She looks sheepishly at me. I position my wheelchair beside her so I can access the cutting board as well. I get that. And to answer your question, I had to learn a lot of things, specifically cooking, when I was stationed in different places. I found out I actually enjoyed it, so it just became something I practiced. I can show you an easier way to cut the peppers at least, since the tomato is already destroyed. I wasn't going to say that. It's still usable. I chuckle, making Jillian laugh as well. Her laugh has always made everything so much more enjoyable. The pureness of it reminds me of our past friendship and how good life was. Then, the unwelcome memory of how it came crumbling down creeps up. I clear my throat as I push my past betrayal to her down and focus on the now. Jillian's soft brown hands hold out the knife to me as she reaches for the bell peppers. I'm not going to do it for you. How about just show me at least? I let out a sarcastic huff as I take the knife from her. She hands me a pepper. You want to cut the center out first, I begin. It's the stems and where most of the seeds are. It makes it easier to rinse out and cut into strips or whatever size you need. But strips since we're doing fajitas, right? Yep. See, I know things. Jillian winks at me. My heart skips for a moment, catching me off guard. I almost miss my final cut to pull the center clean out. You know what? I can talk you through this. Here. I hold out the knife and push the board towards her. Jillian goes to slice. Wait! She freezes, knife hovering above the pepper. Aren't you going to rinse it out first? She tries not to smile as she sets the knife down firmly. You idiot! Jillian goes to swipe at my shoulder as I laugh and merely shrug away from the playful hit. When she comes back from the sink, she begins slicing slowly. I know she's waiting for me to say something, but I resist the urge to tease her. Instead, I reach out for her hands and start guiding how her hand should rock slightly. The touch of her warm, smooth skin shocks me. My body is reacting to Jillian in ways I never knew and find even harder to explain. Her breath catches at the touch. Not wanting to make it awkward, I continue. Here, rock your wrist lightly instead of just a hard chop. Jillian allows me to move her wrist, but I remove my hand quickly, not wanting to make her uncomfortable. Thankfully, Jillian doesn't freeze up. What? You don't want my cut fingers mixed in? I'd prefer not to have to take you to the hospital. How kind. She smiles at me dramatically, but still looks as genuine as she used to, back when her smile came so easily in the innocence of childhood. As we fry the veggies and I continue to show her the simpler ways of the kitchen, laughter fills the kitchen. Cooking seems to be the ingredient needed to sizzle our history into fondness. Oh my gosh. Remember those meatballs I made for home EC that turned out so bad? Jillian covers her face in embarrassment at the thought. I can't stop myself from laughing at her dismay. I don't think ball is the right word to define them. Ugh, seriously? So bad. Jillian giggles as she grabs sour cream and salsa from the fridge. Ready to eat? Dinner flows just as smoothly as cooking it. Things have been so normal between us lately that I find myself hardly thinking at all about my legs. Jillian just makes everything better. I roll out of the bathroom after dinner and notice the house is quiet. Before I call out for Jillian, I hear a splash. Out of the window as the darkness overtakes the view, I see Jillian's silhouette gracefully swimming in the pool. My mind wanders back, like it has so much lately. She's always been a beautiful girl, but seeing her after so long makes me appreciate even more the woman she has become. As I watch her, something stirs inside of me that I haven't felt for a very long time. I ignore the feeling, heading to my room for the night. We don't need to make our situation any more complicated. But I'd be lying if I said she wasn't growing on me. Each day, over the month we spend together, our sessions become more goal-oriented. Finally, determination has overtaken me. The determination my doctors all wanted to see, but only Jillian could bring out. Each day I see Jillian believe in me with everything she has. Frankly, it's contagious. As our sessions continue, each day I am able to put a little more weight on my feet, but steps are still out of reach. But the sessions don't seem as strenuous or as much of a nuisance as I viewed them to be before. Look at that, mister. I don't think I can. I didn't have to hardly do anything that time, Jillian gloats as I lower myself back into my chair after today's workout. I can't help but smile. I knew I could. I just like you being my personal cheerleader, I reply smugly. Oh well, I'll keep that in mind then. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the smirk she can't seem to take off. Looking over her charts, I see her honey brown eyes start to glimmer. This last week, you have exceeded where you were not too long ago. You were barely progressing, but I can't wait to show Dr. Grayson these leaps you made. I give her a look as she giggles and covers her mouth. Pun not intended. As I watch her cute ass as she bends over to put things back into her bag, I become acutely aware of just how attractive my nurse and old best friend is. I've already been well aware of it, especially since the night I saw her perfect silhouette against the last light in the pool. But this week has been torture. I've become acutely aware of her every touch and the tingling sensations it brings throughout my entire body. Okay, let's get your legs up. She squats onto a mini stool. What? Jillian gives me a confused look. For your leg massage. I had completely forgotten about that. I reluctantly wheel myself over to her as she takes one of my legs and sets it on the stool between hers. My body feels as if it's on fire when she begins to work her moisturized hands into my legs. I may not feel much there now, but her touch is sending signals to every part of my body. Loosen up and relax, Kevin. You're stiff. I bite my tongue for a dirty retort, mainly because it would do nothing to help me keep my mind from even dirtier thoughts that I'm having about my nurse, my old best friend. I try, but it's proving harder than it should. I look at where my foot rests and wish I could feel the heat coming off of her thin leggings. If I could move my feet, I'd press my foot against her warmth right now. I'm consumed by a heat I can't quench, and the longer she touches me, the more it overwhelms me. My breath hitches suddenly as I feel the onset of arousal, an unexpected and inconvenient desire that seems to have sparked at Jillian's intoxicating proximity. Panic laces through my voice as I hurriedly make an excuse for privacy. I have to use the restroom. She gives me a quizzical look. Now? I nod, not trusting myself to speak again, and force my wheels backwards, being the only way to pull my leg from her hands. I head towards the bathroom, leaving a bewildered Jillian in my wake. Once I get behind the security of the door, I try to catch my breath from what has just transpired. Is everything okay? I hear her concerned voice from the other side. It hangs unanswered in the air. I can't bring myself to respond at the moment. I'm still trying to figure that out for myself. Still feeling flushed, I lean against the sink, my forehead resting on the cool mirror. Get it together, I mumble to myself. I urge my body back under control, trying to cool the flames that filled me just seconds ago. The things I felt, that I feel, I didn't know it was possible. As I feel my body come down from its unexpected high, I stare at my reflection. It looks back at me just as confused. What the hell am I doing? Better question, what's happening between me and Jillian?
Chapter 12. Jillian. A heavy grunt rings through the therapy room as Kevin hoists himself up out of the wheelchair, his hands gripping the shiny steel physio bars. I can see his biceps straining at the sleeves of his gray t-shirt, and even though his upper body strength is still that of a soldier, the strain of carrying most of his body weight in his arms is apparent. Still, I've seen massive improvements over the last few weeks, and I have no doubt Kevin is on his way to a full recovery. I think even he might be starting to believe that. All right, ready? I ask, keeping my voice as neutral as possible. The last thing I want to do is patronize him with overeagerness. Uh-huh, he grunts, concentrating hard. I can see his face growing red with the effort. But there's also a look of determination on his face that has grown with every one of these daily sessions. To my utter relief, it seems like he's really starting to take this seriously. As I wait for him to begin the arduous task of walking toward me, though, I see his eyes shift. His gaze falls to where his feet balance precariously on the ground, struggling under his weight. Look at me. I coax him from the other end of the parallel bars. His eyes meet mine again. Concentrate on where you're going. I shoot him an encouraging smile, and though his features are still contorted with the effort, he nods. With his deep brown eyes fixed on me, his right leg twitches, then lurches forward in an uneasy step. The achievement is palpable in his face, and I can't help but break out into a huge grin. A second step follows, and this time, I see that he's putting a little more weight on his legs. Kevin winces in pain, but it doesn't stop him from continuing. I know in just a few more steps, he'll reach the end of the bars. A massive achievement for someone who had convinced himself he'd never walk again. That's it, I mutter, pushing down the urge to help him. I know this is something he has to do himself. Another grunt of exertion fills the room as Kevin lifts his right leg again, shoving it forward. It lands with a heavy thud on the carpeted floor. After a second of uncertainty, he places his weight almost entirely on both feet. Though his forehead and cheeks are beaded with sweat, he breaks out into a smile. In it, I see pride, achievement, and relief. Hell yeah, he says suddenly. Before I can stop him, he takes his hands off the bars. For a split second, it looks as if he's standing freely, his broad frame stretched to its full height, but the illusion is quickly lost. As he tries to take a step forward unaided, his knees buckle, and I rush in just as he stumbles toward the ground. The weight of his 6'5" frame almost crushes me as I catch him, but luckily, my support is just enough to steady him, allowing him to regain his balance. The grunts of Kevin's effort and my softly encouraging words have given way to the laughter of relief, as we both realize how close a call that was. But it's only after the immediate threat passes that my nurse's brain turns off. When my regular warm-blooded woman brain switches back on, I suddenly realize I'm pressed up close to him, closer than I've been with anyone in a long time. For a second, my impulse is to step back, to avoid the inherent intimacy of the moment. But I suddenly realize his hands aren't on the steel bars. Instead, one is resting on the back of my neck while the other is clasped at my waist. I can feel my body awareness heighten and begin to yearn feverishly. He's still laughing when I peer up at him, suddenly all too aware of our proximity. And when he catches my eye, his laughter fades too. Suddenly the room is filled with a pregnant silence. I'm way too aware of my breathing, of the heat that's rising in my cheeks, of every single inch of my body that's pressed up against his. And I'm also way too aware of his lips. Because of the way he fell, his face is right up close to mine. Unwittingly, my eyes flicker to his mouth, the mouth that's just a few inches away, the mouth I could be tasting if only I leaned forward. For a second, it feels like the world has stopped. But the thoughts and concerns that invade my mind in the next moment ensure that that doesn't last. That was really good, I mutter, suddenly turning my face away. The weight of our sudden intimacy is swiftly broken, and as if nothing ever happened, I feel Kevin's hands slip softly away to regain their grip on the bars, without a reason to hold on to him anymore. I let my hands drop from where I'd clasped his waist and take a step back. The sudden space between us is both a relief and a shock to the system. Cool air rushes in and chills the place, where his body was pressed just a moment before. I think that's probably enough for today, I tell him, but when I look up, I see that he's smiling. Then I can't help myself. I let a self-conscious giggle escape my lips, and as Kevin chuckles along with me, he drops a little. I realize suddenly how tired his arms must be getting, and hurry to finish up the session. Even as I rush to fetch his wheelchair, though, I'm painfully aware of what just passed between us. I'm his nurse, I remind myself, wheeling the chair forward and guiding him into the seat. I need to remember that if I'm going to keep working here. Still, I can't help but linger a little longer than usual as I help him get settled. My hand brushes his shoulder, then his neck, feeling the warmth of his skin there. As I help lift his legs into the footrests, I know I'm being gentler than usual, gentler than any nurse needs to be, even with a nerve-damaged patient. When I look up, I see that Kevin is watching me, something like a smirk crossing his face. Once again, my cheeks grow hot. I stand up quickly, hardly able to meet his gaze as I retreat from the therapy bars. Well, I have to tell you, I like these sessions a lot more than the ones with Dr. Grayson. He jokes, wheeling himself out and turning to face me. He's not nearly so friendly. For a second, I stand shocked, but then relief rises up in me and spills out as laughter. Kevin responds in kind, and although the tension between us still technically remains unspoken, Kevin's allusion to it seems to have dissipated some of my worry. Well, Dr. Grayson's the expert on this, I remark, shaking my head and changing the subject in an attempt to dissipate the embarrassment I still feel. And he'll be pleased to hear about your progress. When I venture a glance at Kevin, I see that smirk still lingers. To my relief, he says nothing more about the almost kiss, and instead wheels his way out of the therapy room. By the time we get to the kitchen for lunch, we're back to our usual routine. But I can't help but notice something different in the air. It's subtle, but there's a definite shift in the way we're interacting. It's like a new familiarity has been injected into our dynamic. Not the familiarity we used to have as kids, and not the new familiarity we formed since I started working here. It's something. I shake my head, snapping back to the present as Kevin instructs me on what to grab from the fridge. What did you say? Cream? I ask, trying not to show that my mind was elsewhere. Kevin gives me a funny look, as if he knows exactly what I was just thinking. Thankfully, though, he lets me off the hook. Cream cheese, he tells me, pointing. We're making sandwiches, same as always. Right. I reach into the fridge, trying not to show how much that therapy session affected me. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say Kevin was feeling it too. Sure, I might respond with absent-mindedness, but Kevin, I know, is the opposite. He responds to being flustered by quickly finding something he can control and concentrating wholly on that. That's what he did in school, and as far as I can tell, his time in the military has only honed that sense. And I'm guessing that's why he suddenly decided to make gourmet sandwiches instead of our regular salad and cold cuts. Check if there are any capers back there, will you? He asks Gerurgs. Intasaradas. He grabs the smoked salmon off the bottom shelf. This is my specialty. I stifle a grin as I root around for the aforementioned capers. When I pull them out, Kevin's eyes light up. It's a far cry from the grumpy war vet I first encountered when I took this job, and that knowledge sends a little thrill through my chest. All right, he says, setting the ingredients on his lap before grabbing the wheels of his chair. You're in for a treat. I smile, knowing that it's probably not the sandwiches he's excited about. It's not the sandwiches I'm excited about either, but I'm not about to admit that.
Chapter 13. Kevin. I should have kissed her. The mischance fills the air between us like a bad joke, with neither party willing to admit how close we came. I could replay the whole day in awkward exchanges, glances that flit and fizzle out of existence before they fully land, words that come out short and unprepared, like every uncomfortable exchange will force us to face what nearly was. "Do you?" she starts, preparing me for the evening with our usual routine. "What's that?" I say, my words cutting her off mid-sentence. We keep verbally running into each other like this. "Oh, nothing," she backs off, like she's done a million times today. "Do you think you want some water by the bed?" It's a silly question with an unneeded answer, as I've had a water glass next to my bed since she came to me. Sure." It's all I can manage through the thick slice of brain fog that's taken me over since her lips nearly grazed mine. The day has passed like so, with each of us stumbling into the same almost conversation. Now, as the day winds into night, I wonder if I'm willing to break the ice once and for all and address it. Jillian looks sweet tonight, in dark red scrubs and white sneakers. Her hair, normally tight and professional, falls from her bun in the slightest way. She's older, and time has passed, but I still see the same headstrong girl in her. I can sense her from across the room, frozen in thought with her hands on a clean nightshirt. As she walks closer, I see her brown eyes flit back and forth. Something's changed in her since the almost kiss. Something's off. The confident strides have been changed for something contained, like there's a boundary around me only she can see. Now, with the shirt in her hand, it's clear she will cross it. If she intrudes my sphere, can I stop myself from taking her? Or a better question might be, would she let me? Here's a clean... She stumbles, crimping the cloth with her fingers to place it over my head. Shirt? I finish her sentence for her, raising my arms as I pull the day's garment from my skin. The chill in the room finds my skin, sending shivers across my pecs. My buds freeze hard in the cool air. Jillian is dead silent, looking at my chest in a way she's never done before. Maybe this is it, my chance to rectify the missed chance to hold her lips onto mine. "Just hold still," she tells me, filling the awkwardness with needless directions. I hold my eyes onto hers, hoping she'll give in and stare me down. If she does, if she dares me with a look that says she wants this as much as I do, I won't be stopped. She looks determined as she slips the shirt through my arms, and somehow in the mess, I find her fingers tangled against my skin. "Oh, sorry," she says flatly. I don't know why she's apologizing. She's exactly where she should be. "It's no trouble, Jillian," I offer, looking back at her with the clean shirt nestled on my back. While her fingers have fled the scene, I still feel her touch etched into my skin. She backs away, looking flustered. I'm tempted to chase after her, but this wheelchair would just slow me down. And there's the other thing, the important thing. I want her to come to me. "Good night, Jillian," I say humbly, seeing her approach the door. "I look forward to working with you tomorrow." Now a look finds her face I've seen a million times before. She sees the mischief in me, but like when we were kids, she doesn't interfere. She knows to let it unfold. "Good night, Kevin," she says, like she's calling my bluff. She sees me, I know she does. And I think she knows what I'm after. It'll just have to hold until morning. "How was your sleep?" I ask her as soon as she comes into the breakfast room. Mine was a wasted night, at least for rest. As for planning, my wheels were spinning all night long, literally and metaphorically. "It was fine," she says suspiciously. She looks around the breakfast nook, unsure if she can trust the seat I've prepared for her. "Don't worry, it's nothing big. Just something I know you'll like," I tell her, motioning to the seat next to the space for my wheelchair. As she sits, I wheel myself over to the tray I've prepared for her. I've practiced this 1,000,000 times since dawn, but getting it right may be tricky. Juice? I offer. Sure. I pour the juice into the cup and stride over to the table. The tray wobbles slightly, but I make it just in time to grab the juice and set it before her. Then comes the plate, carefully obscured with a warmer. The look on her face makes it all worthwhile when she opens the lid. Donuts? I'm sure she never saw this coming. I made them myself, I brag with a cocky smile and a look around the room. Not too bad if I say so myself. I'm impressed. She smiles. And they're healthy. She frowns. But they're delicious. Air-fried. Lightly powdered. Give it a try? I see the look of apprehension on Jillian's face like I've seen before. I know she hates to try new things. Be it asparagus or chocolate cake, Jillian's first reaction is to say no. But I also see something she's known to have a weakness for. Something she can't resist. Powdered sugar. Well, you did go to some effort, she says, grabbing the donut and preparing it for her lips. Here goes nothing. I watch her face puzzle over the food, unsure if she has a ready opinion. But when she goes for a second bite, I know I've got it made. It's better than I thought, she admits, with white powder glazing her lips. God, I could kiss her now. But I'm not done yet. Now how about some eggs, I say, wheeling back to the kitchen where I've got the pan hot and ready. We've got great free-range eggs here. Very good for cholesterol. Now I know she's caught my game. Cholesterol. What was I thinking? Is that right? She says, her tone dry and suspicious. Oh, I'm just brushing up on my medical terms. You know, you take care of me and my poor, mangled body, and I take care of you and your sugar addiction. As I wheel the eggs toward her and hand her a fork, I see the worry fade. It's just breakfast, I say, wheeling to the place next to her. I wheel too far in, accidentally clashing our knees together. My breath hitches in my chest. Jillian brushes it off, but not without a gasping breath. I know. Her voice sounds quiet as she places the warm food on her tongue. But I don't have a sugar addiction, and you're not poor, and not mangled, not from where I sit. A compliment, nice. It's heartening. The food looks out at us, and we each try for the same donut on the plate, bumping awkwardly over the tray. This can't just be a coincidence. I feel her, inching closer by degrees. She places her palm on the table and accidentally flips her fork onto the floor. Whoops, she says, bending down to get it. I got it, I try, reaching down to beat her to the punch. All I manage to do is find her hand yet again, warm in mine. This is it. I see her lips, lush and full, ready for a soft landing. She wants this as much as I do. Or does she? My bad, she says. Out of nowhere, she pulls away. What happened? She sits up suddenly, pushing herself from the table. Thank you for this, she says. I'm just so full. She gets out of her seat a moment later, gripping the plate as she heads towards the sink. Her hands look busy, shaking the debris into the drain like she's trying to wipe away the whole moment. I don't get it. It was a pleasure, Jillian, I say, sitting up now and looking at my spoiled attempt to make her lips mine. Where did I go wrong? What did I miscalculate? Whatever it is would take a miracle to get out of her now as I see her retreat into the next room. Her face is turned away from me, hiding whatever reason she keeps to herself. How am I supposed to get through the rest of the day with her with this hanging between us? There's only so much tension a man can take, and I already feel like a powder keg ready to burst. My heart races with the thought of holding her lips with mine, taking her breath with mine. I find myself wheeling around the room looking for an answer that isn't there. Jillian, what do I have to do?
Chapter 14. Jillian. Boy, that was close. I'm hot out of the room as fast as my legs can carry me. I need somewhere to run, somewhere to hide. The long hallways of this ranch-style mansion sprawl with doors. each a possibility of escape. As I dodge into the closest one, my heart seems unstoppable. What happened back there? There's a mirror in this room, where I find my reflection staring back at me, wondering how I let things get so far off the rails. My soft brown hair looks a little disheveled, so I tuck it back in place. At least I can look like I'm not rattled. Come on, Jillian, this isn't like you. I have no answer for myself, just my heart pounding in my chest as my words escape me. Pacing around the room, it's all I can do to compose myself. I find a seat on the bed, throwing myself back onto the striped Santa Fe-style bedspread. 1, 2, 3, 4. My words sound out in the hollow room, my breath steadying the clenching feeling in my gut. How am I supposed to get through the day like this? So unprofessional, so out of bounds. No matter what happens, I can't get that close again. I need this job. I need this placement to make up for getting fired from my last job. I can't get sacked twice. I just can't. I'll never nurse again. But the nearness of him was just too much. Every time my hand crashed into him, I had that heart-stopping feeling. It was like if I didn't kiss him, I'd never live again. But that can't be right. As much as I want to give in to Kevin, I just can't. And it's not just the job or the fact that my career is hanging on by a thread. We have history. We also have a day to get through. Jillian, I hear his voice as he wheels down the halls. I imagine his face, confused by my behavior at breakfast. Then I disappear. Yeah, I'm sure he thinks by now that I'm not quite right in the head. I lay there, dead quiet, hearing his voice get quieter. The voice inside my head gives a simple direction. Just be cool. I can do that. I can be cool. I can be composed. I'm a professional, after all. When the coast seems clear, I pep myself up, back into nurse mode. We have a schedule to stick to, and as long as I pour myself into it, I can get through this day unscathed. It's easier said than done. The day passes into night, and the two of us are like ghosts, skating around the same unsaid words. When he disappears after dinner, I start to worry. I hope whatever happened at breakfast doesn't dial back all the progress we've made. He's come so far he doesn't even know. I just need to stay professional, stick to the routine. Eventually, I find him in our therapy room, looking out the window, lost in thought. But no matter. I mean to take charge of this whole thing. This won't be another mess like the last job. I'll just stick to the program and surely nothing can go wrong. It's perfect. It's going to work. So, Kevin, are you ready? I ask, looking past him to the window while he wheels around to face me. Ready for what? It seems he's forgotten. It's time for our evening massage. For your rub down before bed, like we do every night. At least he's as lost as I am, as I step behind him and follow him towards his bedroom. My hands are shaking. I only hope he can't see as I help him to lie face down on his bed. My steps feel awkward and uneasy as I walk to the oil warmer. There's a soft light in the room that casts a soft glow. He looks away from me as I rub the oil between my hands. Where would you like me to focus today? I ask, my voice slightly shaken. We worked your hips today. Would you like me to focus there? No, he says. His tone is calm and focused and puts me on edge. Could you start on my shoulders? They're pretty tight. He better not be up to his tricks. I know the boy in him. We haunted Willow Creek like a pair of thieves in our day. But those days are over. I can't get pulled into games we used to play as children. Yet my hands on his body remind me that he's not a boy anymore. Certainly not, with shoulders like these. You are tense here, I mention, almost in awe of the rocks under my palms. That's normal, though, in your situation. Those muscles do a lot of the work these days, not to mention when you hold yourself up on the bar. I'm rambling. Yep, I have no idea what's wrong with my mouth at this moment. Looking down, it might be that as much as I want to resist, it feels good to touch him like this. He's quiet and still, and my hands are free to explore him here and savor him unseen. God, he's gorgeous. I haven't given it the attention I should have since I've been here. Gone is the awkward boy who I used to ride bikes with, and while I know he wants to give up on himself, I've seen such determination in him. And I know he'll come through this. We'll ride bikes again someday. I know it. "You've been quiet today," he says out of nowhere. And just when I think he's reading my thoughts, he speaks again. There's something I want to say about, back in the day. I feel all the blood drain from my face at once. Maybe this whole conversation is a bad idea. It's in the past, Kevin. Whatever happened, it's over. I try my best to brush it off, to back out while we still can. Don't go there, Kevin. I don't know what I'll do if you do. No, really, I was a dumb kid. I'm sorry for things I did that hurt you. It's too awkward. I can't take it. Not like this, with him half naked in my hands already. Like I said, it's in the past. God, I hope he doesn't pursue this. I mean, I don't know what he intends, what he means with these long pauses and stares. Or do I? My forearms are pretty sore from today. Would you? He asks. But there's something in his voice that has my breath hitching as I rub the oil down his arms. His taut muscles contract within my fingers. I feel the tension slip away as he moans slightly. I should keep going, I should, but I just can't take it anymore. Well, I think it's time for bed, I say, a little hot under my collar. Oh, okay, he says, like I've spoiled another plan. Good, I hope I did. I hope he doesn't try to kiss me again. As I step away, I've totally forgotten his wheelchair. With my legs tangled in the stirrups, I fall over towards Kevin. Look out, he says. Throwing his arm out, he grabs me by the waist. In a breath, I look up and see him. His face, closer than I can stand it to be. There it is again, that heart-stopping feeling. Screw it. Let's do this. My eyes burn into his, and he sees it too. I can't pretend anymore like I didn't see this coming all day long. Hell, since he gave me that boyish, up-to-no-good look last night. We were headed here all this time. My lips find his like they were looking for him. It seems accidental, the fall, the catch, or maybe fate just gave us a helping hand. But his lips on mine feel like a homecoming, like I was supposed to be here all along. At first, sweet and small, his mouth opens me into him, my breath running out of patience. I want more. I want to lose myself here. But he has to know what we're getting into if we let it go too far. We can't do this. I try to protest, but it feels useless with his breath in my mouth. We have to stop. We can't stop, he says, flicking his tongue against mine and pulling me closer to him on the bed. You're not making this job easy on me. How am I in this bed with him? It feels like my plan is getting out of control. Good. His lips are still on mine. I chuckle that he's still himself. Still the same kid who thinks he can have anything he wants. He gets me to open my mouth, grabbing me by the chin to pry my lips open as he plunges inside. I'm your nurse, I say, losing more control by the second. You're my patient. He only nods as he pulls me over his lap. We never had this in high school, but somehow it feels like no time has passed. We're making out on his bed, waiting for his mom to burst through the door and yell at us. It feels so bad, and it tastes so good. This was so not the plan. What have I done?
Chapter 15. Kevin. I don't know what happened. It's been 3 days since that kiss. I can still feel her lips on mine. After she slipped into her own bed that night, I fell asleep thinking I would be in a new situation by the next day. I thought I had climbed Everest. I thought I had succeeded. But morning came, and with it, Jillian frosted over like glass, untouchable, unmovable as granite. She's a pure professional now. Nothing seems to distract her from her work. I can't stand it. 3 days, and I don't know what to call it. It's not an awkward silence. There's no meaning in the pregnant pauses. It's determination, if anything. She just won't acknowledge that anything took place that night. Even now, as I sit on the floor with her between my legs in assisted sit-ups, I feel like she's not just determined to ignore me. She's acting. Her eyes see right through me as she holds my legs in place. Every time I pull myself up for the crunch, she's there, but she's not there too. Now that's good, Kevin. Let's do a few more. There's nothing in her voice that sounds human. I just don't understand what could have changed from when her lips were mine to today. The stare she takes, her eyes drilling into my shoulder or my forehead. She's determined not to see me. Even my boyish charm cannot seem to penetrate the wall around her. Just 5 more minutes? I ask, trying to call her back to the banter we had before. It wasn't that long ago we were laughing like old friends. Now her behavior is so calculated and distant that I hardly know her. No, I think that's enough for the day. It's about time for dinner. She's as cool as a cucumber, and nothing at all like the Jillian I've known half my life. Yes, this is acting. While I can't fathom the reason behind it, I just feel the unfairness of it. I was so close. I could literally taste her. I can still. The memory of her flavor is still there in my mind. I wheel, and she walks behind me towards the kitchen where we usually share our meals. Her quiet demeanor fills me with a dreadful longing. I wish I could shake her out of whatever has taken hold of her. I don't know how much longer I can take of her zombie-like state. My mother's kitchen looks especially cold in the evening half-light. Even the presence of strangers like us can't make it feel warm and inviting. Jillian prepared dinner earlier, and the regular her would be quite proud of the effort she made to keep it healthy for me. But this stranger has nothing for me, and I have no appetite. Meals are the worst. Tonight's cold gazpacho and sandwiches are sour on my stomach when I try to eat in this ridiculous silence. This is nuts. We're 2 grown people. If there's a reason she's giving me the cold shoulder, I have the right to know. I look up, ready to tackle this coldness, but my attention is taken by her shoving scoopfuls of salad onto my plate with a mindless stare. You know I hate kale, I say, trying and failing again to unfreeze her. Even her jokes don't seem to be enough to shake her out of this funk. Yet all I hear in reply is the clanking of her fork against her plate. It's a gut-wrenching screech, slicing the tension between us like a jackhammer. I've had enough. Maybe a better man would hold his tongue and be grateful that the pretty nurse even wants to share a meal with a lump like me. But I didn't survive a landmine explosion just to cower at a dinner table in front of a girl with a salad. Kale or no kale, I'm going in. I must have done something wrong, I say, forking the wretched lettuce with a screech loud enough to rival hers. I'm sorry, she says, setting down her utensil and looking at me for the first time today. I hold the food in front of me like a ticking time bomb. She better talk or I'll do it, I swear. I said I must have done something truly awful to deserve this. Jillian's brown eyes grow as wide as saucers as she realizes what's about to go down. I'm so sorry, Kevin. I totally forgot. Let me get you something else. She holds her hand out, ready to take the food away. But it's no good. She pushed me to this. I'm in a rock and a hard place, so I better act now. No. I don't think this was an accident. I shoo her hand away, still holding the fork with the other like I'm holding myself hostage. Jillian Hart must really hate me if she's trying to serve me this garbage. I must have done something bad. You didn't, I swear. She holds her hand out to stop the carnage, but she's too late. Like a soldier, I shove the leaves into my mouth, my palate souring over the crisp, crunchy obscenity. You made me do it, I smile, sliding it down my throat and going for another bite. And I'll do it again. I will. Unless you tell me what's gotten into you. Her face seems as tough as steel, but underneath her stare, I see the softening of the same Jillian I've known since grade school. I see the cracks starting to form on the facade. She's gonna break. Slowly, I bring the fork back to my mouth, daring her silence with another bite. I just think we made a mistake the other night, Kevin. There it is. Is it the truth? No, but at least she's talking. I don't think that's the reason, I tell her, lowering the fork slightly. But it's nice to hear your real voice for the first time in days. I'm just trying to be... A professional? I interrupt. Professional isn't the right word for the woman who's been with me lately. Clinical is more like it. As she morphs back into the statue I've come to know as Jillian, it's clear she's trying to lay boundaries. She's my nurse. I'm her patient. That is the beginning and the end of it. But that just won't work for me. I've had a taste of her. I could live without walking another day in my life, but I just couldn't live without kissing her at least one more time. That's too bad, I say, setting down the fork with finality. I've had it. It's time to tell the truth about what's going on here. Too bad? She looks confused, but she's looking at me, so it's a start. That just doesn't work for me. In fact, I have no desire for a professional nurse here at all. Plus, I think there's more here that you want to talk about, Jillian. She doesn't say anything, and with her wordless response says it all. So I keep going. I've never known you to be scared of a kiss. The look on her face tells me everything I need to know. She's doe-eyed now, her mind tracing back to the million near chances we had in our youth. I know we never talked about it, but I won't let it slip away while I have the chance. She felt it then, and she feels it now. So do I. I liked you back then, I finally say, a truth we never acknowledged. And I know you liked me too. Her breath grows shallow, and I can actually see her cheeks heat up, her cheeks darkening into her warm brown skin. It's my chance, so I reach for her hand. Her skin feels warm and soft in mine like it was meant to be there. I like you now, I tell her, and I think you like me too. Why can't we just see what happens? Because I work for you, she shoots off quickly, standing up like she's ready to bail. I can't have that, not when we've come so close. My hand shoots out to grab her before she can escape, but somehow she trips and lands in my lap. We've got to stop meeting like this. I try to bring her back with humor, but her dark eyes simply flit back and forth with mine like she's on the precipice of a decision. I've had enough. I'll make it for her. With a quick slide of my hand up her neck and towards her face, I bring her towards me for a kiss. She's like putty in my hands. She wants this. I know she does. I don't know why she fights it, but as long as I can have her lips on mine, it doesn't matter. She melts into my palm, her lips parting to make way for the hot passion that's been brewing for too long between us. It feels like water in a desert. She quenches me. These few days have been a draft of affection too long withheld from me, and just like before, once I have her in my lip-locked grip, she has no desire to run. She moans softly like she's been as hungry for this as I have, and with every opening of her mouth to mine, I feel her take me in like it's a relief. It is a relief. I was hungry, I was starved, and now I feast.
Chapter 16. Jillian. Kevin's kisses trail down my throat, leaving my skin burning with desire. Every fiber of my being is aflame. I want him desperately, but my reservations come out in a gasp. Kevin, I gasp. We shouldn't. This is wrong. His hands move lower, gripping my hips and pulling me closer. Do you truly believe that? He whispers huskily against my throat. I moan as one of his hands caresses my chest, my resolve wavering. I grip his shoulders tightly to steady myself, and he pauses to look at me. Do you? He asks again. I look at him, those soulful brown eyes boring into me, waiting for my response. I can't deny there's chemistry between us, I say. Do you want me to stop? His question hits me like a freight train, and I think about it for a split second. No, I say honestly. I want you. I want all of you. His eyes widen in surprise, a small smile playing on his lips. He pulls me closer, his hands still lingering on my hips, and begins to kiss me passionately. I can feel the intensity of our desire building between us, the electricity of our connection. The fire that had been kept at bay for so long surges back through my veins, leaving me weak in the knees. As he pulls away, I can't help but smile at the sheer intensity of our connection. He smiles back, a secretive grin playing on his lips. Then let's not waste any more time, he whispers, his voice thick with desire. With a sudden urgency, Kevin breaks free from our embrace, and I watch in awe as he strips off his clothes, revealing the perfect physique that had captured my attention from the moment we met. I can't help but swallow hard, a rush of desire flooding my system as he turns to face me. I follow suit, shedding my own clothes, leaving us watching one another in our most vulnerable state. Our eyes lock once more, a silent promise hanging between us. As we take another step toward each other, as Kevin's hands trace down my body, I'm lost in the sheer pleasure of his touch. I arch my back, moaning softly as his fingers graze the most sensitive parts of me. This is what I've been craving for so long. The raw intensity of a connection that goes beyond anything I could have imagined. I wrap my arms around Kevin's neck, pulling him closer, and our lips meet once again with a fervor that leaves us breathless. His tongue explores my mouth with a hunger that mirrors my own, and I can feel our bodies melting into each other, as if we've become one. Time seems to stand still as we surrender to the passion that has taken hold of us. The world around us fades away, leaving only the two of us, lost in each other's embrace. It feels as though we've been searching for this moment our entire lives, and now that it's here, we can't get enough of it. Our hands roam over each other's bodies, exploring every inch of skin that's been hidden from view for so long. The heat between us is palpable, the electricity of our connection sending a shiver down my spine. We kiss again, deeper and more urgently than before, as if we're trying to brand each other with the memory of this moment. Thanks for reading this far, fans. Unfortunately, this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. Find all the juicy details you can handle over at VixaVonRomance.com and use code VIXA40 for a great deal on all the goods. Back to our story.
Chapter 17. Kevin, I don't understand why you're so nervous, I beg of the beautiful woman before me. You've met my parents before. Lots of times. This is different, she says, adjusting her hair in the mirror. This is different. From her hair, long and soft with slight waves that frame her face, to the elegant blue day dress she picked out. My parents are coming to see me for themselves. They claim to want to check on my progress, but part of me worries that the general has his own ideas for this visit. But I don't plan on letting anything get me down. Even my father's steel gray eyes can't unnerve me on a day like today. I feel like $1,000,000, and the stunning set of legs in front of me looks it. Nothing can go wrong today. I won't let it. Oh my God, I think they're here. They're early. She jumps in front of the window and then away again quickly as if they're looking us out from the glass. A smile draws on my face watching her normally composed self jittery and excited. That's my father. If you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time. The repetition of my father's favorite phrase does nothing to relieve the look on Jillian's face. She fidgets, she frets, and tugs at her dress. She looks more like her teenage self every day since we've slept together. And I certainly feel like my old self, chair or no chair. I wheel a little closer, my hands itching to touch her. No one ever told me that a wheelchair was the best place to appreciate a great set of legs. And Jillian has a great set of legs. God, I wish I could whisk her into my lap right now. My curious fingers won't be stopped. They inch up her sweet brown skin, searching for glory. "Cut it out!" she yelps with a girlish giggle. "Hands off while they're here." I'm sure she doesn't mean it. She feels so great under my hands, she can't be serious. I'm serious, Kevin. I can't lose this job. I know you love to steal kisses, but hold off. Please. Just for a bit. Guilty on all counts. There's nothing I love more than stealing her kiss when Dr. Grayson steps away during our video calls. The brisk way she holds her breath when I slide in for an unexpected smooch has me hungry for more. All right. I groan. I hear the sincerity in her voice and make my dutiful promises to be on my best behavior while my parents are here. I know she's scared of them, but since she's let me into her life, I feel like I could take on anything. Even my father seems less intimidating from here. Then the tripping of door locks signals they've arrived. I yank her down to my level for one more soft graze of lips before I let her go and pretend that the past few days have been anything like professional, although we've certainly gotten plenty of exercise. "Welcome in," Jillian says, sounding a bit like a hostess. We all feel the awkwardness when my father greets us with one of his famous long stares. "Well, how are things getting on, son?" he says, shoving his hand into my face for a generous squeeze. Handicapped or not, I know better than to let him down. With ample pressure in my grip, he seems satisfied. It's as much of a hello as I plan to get. "They seem to be improving," I offer slowly, matching his stern demeanor for a moment before I remember that Jillian is by my side today. I have no need to think he can get to me today. "Oh, Kevin, look at you!" My mother seems more impressed. I'm sure I strike a different look to the self-deprecating man she left here a while ago. I'm wearing a clean, starched shirt that Jillian picked out from my closet, and she seems impressed. "Hey, Mom, how are things?" I try to keep it casual for Jillian's sake. "How are things? Look at you, you look amazing. Dr. Grayson, you said he was doing better, but I never expected such change." "Dr. Grayson came with you?" I ask, feeling an impish delight in the thought of tormenting him again, if only for a moment. I don't know what it is with me today. I'm downright giddy. Of course, he wanted to make a personal visit to see how the two of you are getting on. My eyes seem to find my father's, looking for judgment in that statement. Interestingly, there's none. As he steps into the entryway, Dr. Grayson lowers his sunglasses and seems to notice the change as well. "Yes, remarkably improved. And we've seen excellent progress in our latest sessions, haven't we, Jillian?" Jillian seems almost swept away with excitement. She looks so adorable, bouncing her bright legs in my face. God, it's tempting. "Yes, come in. Let's go over all of Kevin's improvements, shall we?" As everyone steps into the formal living room, I steal her for a moment, pulling her into a swift kiss. "Stop it," she whispers, but her smile seems too careless to be serious. She sways down the hall, the dress swishing at her knees. I know I made promises, but now I'm not so sure how much of a good boy I can be. She's just too tempting. Once in the living room, Jillian sits at the end of the long sofa where I stride up alongside her. It's the perfect vantage where my hand can graze the low of her back without being seen. I feel her stiffen when she realizes my hand has penetrated our agreement. Her eyes are wide as she clears her throat. "Well, we've seen excellent progress with multiple therapeutic approaches. Kevin has responded well to massage and hydrotherapy, as well as muscle stimulation. We've paid special attention to dorsiflexion training to rebuild his body's range of pedal motion. I'd say we've seen remarkable improvement. Not just that, Dr. Grayson seems poised to make a speech. I see every indication that Kevin will regain full mobility within the year." "You mean it? Really?" My mother looks like she's going to faint. Even my father looks as near to happy as I could ask for. "I think if he goes on with the therapies, he'll make a full recovery." Jillian looks at me like she knew it all along. True, I lost hope for a long time, but she brought me back. I can't help it when my hand gets curious again against the low of her back. Her eyes pop sideways at me, screaming for a level of professionalism I just can't handle right now. She's my goddess. In a lot of ways, she saved me. I'm just so happy. My mother seems carried away. Sticking to our plan, Jillian and I invite everyone into the dinner room for a light supper. Such a long drive back to the city, Jillian says, ushering our guests to the prepared table. We thought it was the least we could do. My father pauses over her words before taking a seat. I eye him closely, seeing if he plans to pounce on Jillian's accidental admission, but he simply takes his seat, folding a napkin into his lap. It smells great. Dr. Grayson rubs his hands together with a gleam in his eye. So what's for supper, Miss Hart? My father says in his usual brisk manner. Believe it or not, but we put together a barbecue for everyone. Nothing big, just some sides and things. Oh, and Kevin has been roasting ribs on the spit all day. My father looks as near to impressed as I've ever seen him, as Jillian sets the table with our mutual effort of potato salad, beans, and corn on the cob. Well, she certainly knows what a man likes to eat, son. The general helps himself to a plate of ribs and corn, and heaping another with potato salad. He seems fairly pleased. My mother won't stop looking at Jillian and me. Her happiness sends my hands fleeting under the table to find Jillian. Once I have it, I feel her swat me away like a naughty child. Can you be good? I'm trying, I confess into her ear in a whisper. She smiles. You don't make it easy. While my father may have caught our little banter at the table, I could care less. This is perfection as far as I'm concerned. Great food and everyone smiling like a tragedy didn't nearly rip this family apart. It seems I'll walk again after all. But of course, with the Savior at my side, how could I doubt it? I feel a slather of sauce on my chin and look over at her. She swipes a cloth napkin across my face when no one is looking. I know she wants to look like a professional here, especially in front of everyone. But does she see how well she fits at this table? Yes, I think his improvement shows signs that he may be walking, unassisted, even within a few months. It is incredible. My mother's voice is breathless with wispy tears. She hasn't touched her plate, or even let go of her clutched hand since she sat down. Somehow I feel like we did this, me and Jillian. My fingers entwine hers under the table. Every time she manages to get her hands free, they seem to come back again. I can't help myself any more than she can. It feels so good to see her give in to it, bit by bit.
Chapter 18. Jillian. Well, I'm stuffed. The general sits back in his chair, picking his teeth. He's his usual quiet self, but my guard softens when I see our plan worked. Kevin had said the best way to soften his father was with man food, and it seems he was right. Thank goodness. Now we can relax. It seems the good news has everyone in good spirits. The sun starts to set over Willow River Town, and I can't shake how familiar it all is. Well, how about taking a tour of the land? Show this doctor here what a real spread looks like. This offer is more generous than usual from the man, forcing the doctor to raise his eyebrows. Even Kevin seems interested. I'd like that very much, the doctor says. I've thought about investing in a little acreage myself. Well, let's go talk you into it. It's clear Kevin's dad only has two loves: the military and bragging. I'll show you my new off-road vehicle. It can go anywhere on this property. The general slides open the wide patio door, exposing the breeze of a fine warm day. The men step out onto the patio towards a metal building where the general keeps his ranch equipment. I can't help but feel enmeshed in the scene. It feels like a family reunion or a garden party. Somehow I'm in the middle of it, as if I belong here. But that's silly. Kevin and I only just started, well, I don't know what to call it. As I pick up the leftover plates and carry them to the sink, a question starts to bubble in my mind. What are we? I don't have an answer, but I love this feeling I have right now, like being one in the family. The smell of food lingers in the air, and I rethink the full tummies I helped create not long ago. Something about just being in this kitchen feels natural. Let me help you, Mrs. Merrington says, coming into the kitchen with her hands full of dirty dishes. You shouldn't be doing that. Let me. Oh no, I have to stay busy, she insists, setting them down by the sink. Just because we're well off doesn't mean I was raised to sit pretty. I get that, I admit, turning on the faucet and watching the red sauce disappear down the drain. You do, don't you? I like that about you. She pauses like there's more she wants to say, but her compliment strikes me unaware, forcing my head down to think it over. She likes that about me. Maybe there's a place in this family for me, more than I know. Yes, we've had lots of nurses in here, she says, handing me a scrubber from the drawer next to the sink, especially after the accident. But I promise you, none of them cooked. You're special. Now I'm not sure where this conversation is headed. Maybe she's just buttering me up. Maybe she's softening me for the "we don't need you anymore" blow. Well, thank you, I say awkwardly. Backing away from the sink and towards the study, Madison surprises me when she starts to look flushed and drags me into the room, closing the door behind her. Oh no, this is it. Better start packing. Jillian, she says in a bubbly voice, grabbing both of my hands. I don't know where to begin. You're a godsend. I thought Kevin had given up on himself. I lost hope. I don't know what we did to deserve you. I'm speechless. Of all the possible things I thought would come out of her mouth, these words were furthest from my mind. I'm just doing my job, I offer sheepishly. She's not convinced. No, Jillian, I may be older, but I'm not blind. When you're in the room, he comes to life, and I may have caught a little something between you two. My cheeks feel hot as she recounts our brief kiss in the hallway. When I saw you bend down to kiss him, he looked so happy. Well, I'm glad she doesn't plan to fire me. What does it mean to her if I'm spending time with her son? I stand there quietly, my lips pinched shut until I know more. You know Kevin's always been hard to reach. He gets it from his father, of course. I see the concern on her face as her memory traces back through her son's childhood. Roland was always so tough on the boys, especially Kevin. She doesn't need to tell me. I remember what it was like for Kevin growing up. Her voice soothes me, though. Shaking at my long-held fears about him, I know it was 100 years ago, and I know he had a rough upbringing from a man as cold as ice. But admittedly, it's been hard to get over what happened back then. Madison's dark eyes look fresh with tears. Jillian, you've always been like an extra member of this family. And seeing you with him today, I think it's clear he leans on you. I'm just so happy. Thank you. You brought him back to life. If I had words, I would use them, but I think Madison knows me better as she squeezes my hand gratefully. I'm dumbstruck, finding a seat in a pincushion leather chair. I don't mean to overwhelm you, but I'm just so glad you're back in our lives. Maybe I've been too hard on myself. Maybe this could work out after all. I'm glad to be here too, I find myself saying, looking back at her from where I sit. And I won't give up on him, no matter what. It just makes me so happy to hear you say that. I know how he can be sometimes. It seems we're on the same page, and it makes me all the more confident that coming here was the right move after all. Oh yes, I know Kevin and his tricks. I smile, warming over the affection in the room between us. I always liked Kevin's mother. Knowing that she likes me too, and that she likes me for him, means the world to me. Well, don't let him get away with too much nonsense, she says teasingly. I can tell he makes her proud, especially with how well he's coming through this difficulty. You have to stand your ground, you know. He can be quite the teaser. Her words ring familiar of schoolyard haunts with Kevin. The two of us were forever locked in a playful back and forth of insults. Don't worry about me, Mrs. Merrington. I give as good as I get. It warms my heart to see the tears dry from her face. I know this family has been through a lot, and with so many stern military statues in this house, I'm sure she's felt it alone. This time I reach up and take her hand to let her know we're in this together. I'm glad to hear it, she says, shifting towards the door. I guess we've been alone in this room long enough to attract the boys outside. I hear the gruff tones of their voices, hot from excitement after a ride in the General's off-road vehicle. "I've got you," I tell her in passing as she reaches for the door. It's one last thing to add to let her know I know what she means, dragging me in here like this. I'm her ally. I'm here for Kevin as much as this job. It would take a mountain to drag me out of here now. Her eyes soften, and I feel she's caught my meaning as we emerge back into the kitchen. Even the General looks more relaxed from the open air, and as I look down at Kevin, I see a smile. More than that, he looks like his old self. Like a teenager, fresh from a drive in his first car, or like he's just scored the final goal of a playoff game. I realize it, seeing it for the first time, the big change that must have caught his mother's attention. I see it in his laugh now, with the way he throws his head back and sparkles his eyes. He's forgotten. For the tiniest of seconds, he has no memory of all he's been through, and all that was taken from him when he stepped on that mine. I watch him more closely as the five of us sit for coffee, and again when we say farewell. It's not like his memory is wiped clean, but like he's able to relax now and enjoy things like he used to. Madison gives me an extra warm hug on her way out the door, a mutual acknowledgement that now we're both in the know. Kevin's gonna be just fine. He has the missing ingredient to his recovery. He has me. "Well, young lady," the General says, holding his hand out to shake mine at the door. "I think we owe you a debt of gratitude." I know better than to say anything and shake his hand with a silent affirmation. The General isn't a man you say no to. Looking down at Kevin as his father extends his palm, I think I see him almost smile. I don't expect Kevin's recovery to build bridges over the troubled water that is their relationship, but it's a start. "Let's go, troops," Madison says as they open the doors for the car. "I think we better let these two get back to whatever it is they do." A smile erupts on my face as I wave them off, looking down at Kevin as their tires exit the drive. I know the words he's going to say before they even come out of his mouth. His hand expertly climbing up the back of my thigh sends a shiver up my dress. I thought they'd never leave.
Chapter 19. Kevin. The night quickly envelops us in its silent wonder, with stars shining overhead as evening starts to disappear. It's amazing how comfortable I feel in this silence, with my hand on Jillian's back as she stands beside me. I don't know how long we stay here in this quiet, but after a while I hear her soft voice. "I think that went well," she says, almost dreamlike as she slides easily into my lap. Is all I can say, my mouth still unwilling to break the quiet between us. Before long, crickets join us, interrupting the null with a chorus of their own. Jillian looks calm and peaceful, her head resting on my shoulder while my arms wrap her up, encouraging her to stay. It was so hard getting here to a place where she is willing for closeness like this. It feels natural with her weight against my body. The veranda is cool as a slight breeze takes us over. Jillian's hair brushes slightly against my cheek as the sounds of night grow louder. Over the hills beyond my family's property, the sun drops low until it disappears over the horizon. "I could stay here all night," Jillian muses, barely heard through the screech of a cicada nearby. "I could too," I say, driving my face into her neck to take in her warm scent. There's nothing like it in this world. The lush, rich bouquet that is hers wraps me in a familiarity akin to something long buried in my childhood. Maybe that's the thing about Jillian, at the heart of why I like her so much. There's an intimacy I have with her I've never had, and never would have with anyone else. It's a quality that comes with history, with years of memory shared between us. She knows everything about me. Even the hard stuff doesn't scare her. Yet even in this perfect silence, something hangs in the air, disturbing the calmness of my thoughts. Something I haven't said yet, but something I owe to the woman sitting in my lap now. "You know you saved me, right?" I ask her, allowing my voice to penetrate the evening. She shoots herself free from my arms, looking at me seriously. I did not. It's the playful quality of her voice that tells me she doesn't mean it. She can't. She can't think that anything happening now would have been possible if it weren't for her. You're my angel, I insist, drawing her back to me. You made this possible. You brought me back when no one else could. She stares at me like she wants to say something, but I need to get this off my chest first. Jillian, if you hadn't come along, I'd still be fighting Dr. Garrison and anyone else who tried to help me. Even my mom was getting to the end of her rope. I'm not blind, I know what I put everyone through. But when you have no hope, it's easy to think others are just being nice. You brought hope back into my life, and without it, I would be able to do half of what I can do today. Stop it. She pushes me teasingly back. I didn't do that much. You did, I insist. You brought me back from the dead. I'm just being a good nurse, she says, sitting up smartly. Would a nurse kiss me like this? I ask, taking her by the chin and pulling her lips to lock in with mine. Jillian giggles, her warmth colliding back into mine as she rests her head on my shoulder. With my free hand, I drag my fingers gently across the open back until shivers drive up her spine. When she does, I take in her deeper, ready to fall asleep in this perfection. But not until I tell her the best part. You know, my father said something to me tonight. He did? She seems interested, pressing her palm into my pecs as she fawns over the last words I just said. You're kidding? Like an apology? Well, you know the general, I remark, thinking back to the slight waver in my father's usual cold stare. He didn't exactly gush, but he shook my hand and said that he was proud that I remembered the most important aspect of my duty as a soldier. And what's that? To never leave a soldier behind, even yourself. Wow, that's kind of deep coming from him. Yes, I thought so, I mention, curling my hand across her arm. It's probably the most he's ever said to me. Her laughter is warm and inviting, and I feel sure for the first time that this is happening between us. Well, you know, he was tough on me. He was tough on my brother, too, but he seemed to enjoy being the general's golden child. That left me, the other, lesser son. In what way lesser? She argues, punching against my chest playfully. Okay, not lesser, just different. But I always looked up to him, to both of them. And when I went to war, I found my brothers in arms on the battlefield. The real brother relationship I always wanted was with men I'd never met before. Something happens to you in that place. Civilians just can't understand. Then tell me, she insists. It's a bond like nothing in this world. I remember one time I was out on patrol with our team. It was our job to keep the river valley safe for the locals to use the river for their washing. It was mostly just old women and young girls smacking fabric on the rocks in the stream. It was a hot day and Carter got distracted when a local girl blew him a kiss. We were so busy yanking his chain that we nearly missed the bullets when they started flying. Next thing I know, I'm crouching in the reeds with a woman old enough to be my great-grandmother. She didn't like being saved, let me tell you. She sounds fun. She wasn't, I recall, remembering the wrinkles on her face and the terror in her eyes. She thought I was trying to kidnap her. She elbowed me pretty well in the gut, but Carter jumped in and put his arm around her and we got her and her grandchildren out while Team B took on the rebels. I'd love for you to meet those guys someday. I'd like that too, she says, surprising me a little. Really? I can't help but feel excited about the idea of introducing her to everyone I consider family. Oh yes, I admit, listening to the crickets overtake us on the veranda. They'll love you. Carter and Brooks and everybody, and most of them are married or have girlfriends. I'm the last of our group to be unattached. The words escape me before I can stop them. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, considering how hard it was to get her this far. Clearing my throat, I continue. Yeah, we're like a little family. I don't know that she fully understands my meaning, but I can only hope. I want something real with her, but maybe it's just what I want. I don't want to get carried away, planning a life with her that she has no interest in. For all I know, she's being a dutiful nurse and nothing more. In my heart, though, I hope and pray that it's more than that. "Is that when you stepped on the mine?" she asks, unsure if it's okay to breach the subject. "No, that came later," I say, trying not to let the memory cloud an otherwise perfect day. "But Carter was the one who got me to the medical tent in time. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have made it." Jillian seems to sense that while I want to share more about it, tonight is not the time. Today has been everything I could have hoped for. My dad didn't seem to have anything to complain about. My mom is happy. Even the food was a hit. I want to end this day on a good note and nothing less. I want to tell her how much she means to me. But the night breeze haunts my mouth closed as it whips across my face. She snuggles into me, looking dreamier by the second. How lucky am I to get to hold this angel? "I could melt right here," she says, nuzzling my neck with the tip of her nose. I should tell her, but why spoil this moment with words? Finally, an idea hits me smack in the face. I don't want to put too much pressure on her at once. I want so much. But what if she doesn't want the same things? Still, I need to say something. "Jillian, you're the best friend a guy could ask for," I say, hearing my voice ring out in the night. Jillian sits up, stiffening slightly. "I'm so glad you're in my life again." I continue, not sure if it's the right thing to say. She looks at me and smiles, but doesn't answer the remark with any words. I guess this is how it feels when you know someone so well that they don't need to say a thing.
Chapter 20. Jillian. Kevin's lap is warm against my thighs, and his hands pressed on my lower back are comforting. At least they should be. But something in the back of my mind itches at a question I wish I didn't have to ask. What are we doing? Madison's words are still bouncing around in my mind, and now, hearing Kevin talk about his father, it's all suddenly feeling very real. It's almost like meeting a boyfriend's family for the first time, except that I've known his family most of my life. And Kevin's not exactly my boyfriend. Or is he? "I'm glad you got to see my parents again." Kevin's words interrupt my thoughts, his smile flashing at me, even in the dark of the porch. "They always liked you, and I'm pretty sure they like you even more now." There it is again. The question, growing bigger and bigger until I feel the doubt creeping along my neck and making me feel entirely uncomfortable. Suddenly I can't sit still. And the thought of melting into Kevin's arms the way I was just a second ago feels strange, foreign. It feels like somewhere I might not belong. The thought causes me to shift, slipping off his lap and out of his embrace. I try not to look at his face as I do it, but even out of the corner of my eye, I can see a slight look of surprise, disappointment even. "I always liked your parents too," I admit, trying to keep the conversation going while I figure out what I'm supposed to do with my hands. Finally, I settle them on the porch railing, leaning back for support, both physical and moral. I didn't expect Kevin's family visit to kick up so much doubt in me, but the way he's talking now, it's putting words to the things that have remained unspoken until now. That night we spent together, the affection since then, it all existed within a bubble. But the way he secretly teased me with affection in front of his parents, Madison's heartfelt talk, and now Kevin's talk about his military family, I'm not exactly sure where I stand with him. "You're going to be a hit with my army buddies. Okay? You really don't have to worry about that," he continues. The look in his eyes tells me he thinks that's the thought that's concerning me. It's sweet of him to try to ease my fears, but I can't bring myself to reveal the depths of my true concern. That the second I start to treat this as a relationship, it will disappear. Because really, if I look at what's happening between us, it could be interpreted in so many different ways. Am I his lover, his girlfriend, his best friend? Am I just a nurse with benefits? I know he's in a vulnerable position right now, and my hands grip the porch railing tightly as I consider the possibility that I'm taking advantage of that. That he's in need of emotional support and this little tryst is just a symptom of his injuries. "Hey, are you okay?" Kevin asks, suddenly snapping me back to the present moment. His gaze shows genuine concern, but as much as I want to tell him the truth, I'm way too scared to put it into words. Instead, I nod non-committally. Unfortunately, that doesn't fool Kevin, and he lifts his arm from his wheelchair, his hand easily reaching my cheek. The look in his eyes softens, but I know mine must be filled with turmoil. I wish I could enjoy the gesture, but just his touch sends me spiraling into doubt all over again. Before I know what I'm doing, I take his hand and place it gently but firmly back in his lap. "Let's head back in. It's getting late," I say, trying to keep my voice casual. I can't meet his eyes, though. The thought of having to face his questioning look, to see the inevitable hurt from my sudden rejection of his touch, is too much for me to bear. Yeah, okay," I hear him say, and his voice cuts me to the quick. I might not be able to see his disappointment, but I can certainly hear it. Not wanting to face it, I hurry ahead to avoid any kind of conversation about what's happening between us, but the silence that follows is even worse. Part of me wants to turn around, lean over and ask him right to his face, "What am I to you?" Another part of me wants him to say something, to stop me from widening this chasm I'm inadvertently building between us. But most of me is a coward, and the coward wants to run away from the possibility of knowing the truth, because the truth, I'm certain, will only hurt me. I quicken my pace and hear my footsteps echoing through the now quiet house, but behind me, I hear Kevin's wheels match my speed. When I finally enter the living room, he takes the opportunity to overtake me. Suddenly, he's facing me, his deep brown eyes showing his utter confusion. I want to throw myself into his arms and tell him how scared I am of losing him again. I want to tell him how painful it is to hope for a future with him that's so incredibly unlikely. I want to confess my fear that he'll discard me the second he's well. But I don't. Instead, I avert my gaze again and keep all that inside, unspoken. "Hey, what's going on?" Kevin asks. He doesn't even finish speaking before he wheels toward me and takes both my hands in his. The warmth of his touch, his big hands wrapping around mine, is almost intoxicating. But it's for exactly that reason that I have to resist him. I'm sorry, I can't. Even in the still silence of the empty house, my voice is barely audible. I slowly pulls my hands from his grip and, almost unconsciously, take a step backward. It hurts so much to do it, but I'm so confused now, I feel like I've completely forgotten how to act like a normal person. Maybe because I don't know what kind of person I'm supposed to act like with him anymore. There's a big difference between how a girlfriend and how a nurse would behave in this moment. Kevin pauses, his hands slowly dropping back to his wheels. I can see the confusion still heavy on his face, laced with regret, disappointment, and hurt. Before he can say anything, I speak again. This time, my voice is stronger, masking the weakness I suddenly feel. "I think I'm going to turn in for the night," I tell him with a watery smile. It was a long day. Kevin still doesn't say a word, and I make a hasty retreat, almost running down the hallway toward my room. I glance back one more time as my hand grasps the door handle. Kevin is still sitting where I left him, but he's half turned to watch me go. I catch a brief glimpse of his pained gaze before pulling open the door and slipping into my room. The familiar smell of my room envelops me, and I shut the door quickly behind me. But all I can think is that it's not his room. It's not his smell. My bed is not his bed. And doesn't that answer my question? I collapse exhausted on the mattress and kick off my shoes. Somehow I really am exhausted, and I just manage to wriggle out of my clothes before I slip under the covers. The sudden tension between Kevin and I, the whirlwind of questions in my head, have depleted me, and I half expect to fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. But of course, that's not how it works. Instead, I curl up, hugging my knees to my chest and grappling with the thoughts that won't rest. What are we to each other? Again and again, this question whirls through my mind. I'm desperate for certainty, but again, the thought of asking for it out loud makes me shudder and hug my knees closer.
Chapter 21. Kevin. The TV is playing Vikings, something I've seen twice before and would usually relish the chance to watch again. But tonight, it may as well be turned off. I thought it might help distract me from this weirdness with Jillian, but if anything, it's the opposite. The truth can be a bad choice for a wise man, one of the characters says, and the words hit me right in the chest. What the hell is going on? I mutter to myself, my thoughts turning away from the series again. With a heavy sigh, I run my fingers over my head, feeling the short crop of my army cut prickle against my skin. Somehow it soothes me a little, but not enough to turn off my brain. Nope, my head is 100% spiraling. Jillian's abrupt exit is completely baffling, and I try in vain to figure out what happened. One minute she was sitting on my lap, talking about our day. The next minute she was just gone. Did I say something wrong? I try to replay the conversation over in my mind, combing through every word, but I come up blank. Still, there must have been something, and the dread in the pit of my stomach only grows stronger. All this time, something else has been on my mind, too. Jillian's definitively closed door down the hallway has been the elephant in the room. I can't see it from where I'm sitting, but if I lean forward just a little, the edge of it slants into view. At least I imagine it does. The hallway is dark, but I'm so desperate for any clue as to what happened between us. I'm probably starting to make things up. As I stare into the dark gray patch that I imagine is her door, I feel my heartbeat start to quicken. I want to talk to her, even though she made it pretty clear she didn't want to talk to me. But if I can just find out what I did or said to upset her, maybe we can actually talk this through. Okay, I mumble, my brow suddenly set. That's it. I pull at one wheel while pushing at the other, turning my chair away from the TV and down the hall. My movements are fluid and confident, but if I'm honest, my heart is racing. The possibility of messing this up makes me nervous as hell. It's not far to Jillian's door, but it almost seems like it's getting further and further away the harder I push. After what feels like an eternity, though, I stop in front of it. In the dim hall, I can just barely make out the door handle. The flickering light from the TV glints off it, shimmering bronze. For a second, I almost get the impression it's beckoning for me to open it, but that would be insane. And I doubt it would do anything to ease the tension between Jillian and I, barging into her room unannounced. But then what if that's what she wants? I shake the thought away immediately. Nope, definitely insane. Instead, I lift my hand to knock. There's no light under her door, but she hasn't been in there for that long, I figure. Maybe she's still awake. And if not, I'm sure she'd still welcome my interruption. The thought flashes in my mind that technically she's on call 24 hours a day. It's not like this would be totally unheard of. Once again, though, I shake away the thought before it can take root, and let my hand drop to my side. Knocking as an entitled patient is even worse than knocking as an entitled... Well, I don't really know what, do I? The question leaves me frustrated, and I resign myself to not waking her up as an entitled anything. But I can't bring myself to leave either. Hell, I whisper, before immediately hoping that didn't travel through the door. I pause for a second, holding my breath, but I don't hear any stirring from inside the room. I'm not sure if I'm relieved by that, or disappointed. I realize, as I sit there still staring at the door, that I don't exactly know what I'd say if I did knock, and she did answer. Jillian's bedroom door might as well be made of lead. That's how heavy and impenetrable the tension between us feels, and the thought of why that might be is starting to form slowly in my mind. Maybe it's not what's been said, but what's remained unsaid, that's the problem. I know I have feelings for her. Hell, if I'm totally honest, I'm pretty sure I'm in love with her. But I haven't said that out loud. I sigh heavily, feeling the weight of the realization settling on me. Should I have said something? Just the thought of saying, "I love you" out loud to her practically makes me cringe, though. The only thing worse than a cripple is a cripple with an unrequited crush. The fear, suddenly dark and looming, that Jillian has only been humoring me out of pity, rears its ugly head. I imagine myself again, telling her how I really feel, and all I see is her laughing at me. No, worse than laughing, giving me a condescending look, the kind a kindergarten teacher might give a little kid who's confessed his undying love. I shake my head, my face now distorted into a look of disgust. The worst thing I could do to either of us is to name my feelings for her. I have more respect for her and for myself than to put either of us through the humiliation. Because I know, at the end of the day, that putting words to the connection that's been forming between us is exactly what will destroy it. The second I tell her how I feel, she'll be out of here, just like pretty much every other woman I've ever been with. It never lasts. But this might. If I can just keep us balanced in this space between something and nothing, then maybe it won't dissolve before my very eyes. Damn, I whisper again, quieter this time to make sure she doesn't hear me through the door. I'm still staring at the dimly lit wood grain like an idiot, but I'm barely registering it. Instead, my mind's eye vividly sees Jillian's smiling face, her full lips, her bright, inquisitive eyes, the way she tilts her head a little when she laughs. It's like every beautiful moment we've shared since she re-entered my life is condensed into that one image, and the thought of losing that makes my chest physically ache. I can't possibly risk that. But then another horrifying thought occurs to me. What if my tough guy men don't share their feelings? Army-bred stoicism is the problem. I just barely stopped myself from swearing at Jillian's door again. I have no idea what I'm doing here. My track record has shown how terrible I am with maintaining a relationship, and it looks like I'm upholding that streak. But surely she can't be completely oblivious to how I feel. Sure, I haven't come right out and told her I love her, but I haven't exactly been hiding my affection. If anything, I've been more overt about it than she has, stealing kisses and holding hands in secret. That's basically what 99% of my parents' visit was. So what am I missing? I will the wooden door to give me some answers about what's going on inside that room, inside Jillian. But of course, it reveals nothing. Finally, without any more knowledge than I started with, I wheel myself back down the hallway. The leaden weight between us remains for now. Vikings is still going when I get back to the living room, most of the storyline missed in my totally pointless trip down the hallway. I couldn't care less, though. Without a second glance, I switch off the TV and make my way to my own room, alone. By now, I can hoist myself into bed without any trouble, even putting a decent amount of weight on my legs. But that only puts another question in my head. What happens when I'm fully recovered? The thought of her up and leaving is like an ice pick in the chest, and I try not to think about it as I get undressed and maneuver myself under the covers. When I finally get settled and turn out the lamp, sleep is inevitably elusive. Instead of the wooden door, I now have the blank ceiling to stare at, and it seems like I do this for a long, long time. The only sliver of solace is the thought that things might go back to normal tomorrow. It was a long day today, Jillian said so herself. Maybe she really was just tired. My mind switches back and forth between reassurance that we both just have to get a good night's sleep and the fear that today was the beginning of an inevitable retreat on Jillian's part. Either way, it's cold comfort.
Chapter 22. Jillian. The door to my bedroom is the first thing I see when I wake up the next morning, as if I kept it in my line of sight, even while asleep. I blink at it for a few moments, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the bright morning sun filtering through my windows. As they do, I feel some of the tension from last night dissipate. I'm still wondering what Kevin is doing on the other side of that door, but it's not with quite the same dread as before. It's as if some kind of resolve has formed in my sleep. I'm not going to ruin what we have right now, I whisper to myself, as if to make the promise real. even if I don't have a label for what that is. Surprisingly, saying it out loud helps. And with that, I pull myself out of bed and head into my ensuite. The mirror shows a tired-looking, slightly disheveled version of me staring back. In fact, I was so distraught last night that I didn't even wrap my hair, and my usually defined waves are frizzy and matted. Something about this day just feels like a fresh start, though. And even though I know I should be out and fixing breakfast soon, I decide a quick cheat wash will be just the thing to set that in motion. I try to ignore the doubt that still lingers in my chest as I massage some leave-in conditioner into the ends of my hair and work up to the roots. As I let it soak in, I wash my face, trying to freshen up my skin a little. Better, I mutter to my reflection after I've cleansed and toned. In the shower, I flip my hair over and wash out the conditioner, and then, after toweling it dry, I add some curl-defining product to bring out my waves. After a quick blow-dry, a clean pair of clothes, and a lick of makeup, I look a lot better than I did when I woke up. I feel better, too. Once I'm ready, I take a deep breath and open the door that plagued me all night. I'm not surprised to find Kevin up and reading the paper in the dining room already, but by the looks of it, he hasn't eaten yet. Only a cup of coffee sits on the table. "Good morning," I call to him. He starts, just a little, before looking up at me with something I can only describe as caution. "Morning," he replies, but I can tell he's still trying to figure me out. I don't let it faze me. Instead, I push down any remaining tension I feel and revert to what I do best, looking after people. I give a practiced, easy smile. I thought I was going to have to fake it more than I did. Even after last night, there was just something about him. "Want some breakfast?" I ask, already heading to the kitchen. "I was thinking pancakes." It's as if nothing ever happened, at least on my end. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Sure. Kevin doesn't seem quite convinced yet, but he follows me as I slip through the doorway and start pulling out ingredients. For a few moments, he watches me, taking slow, thoughtful sips from his cup of coffee. Not that I'm watching him watching me. I only notice in passing, I swear. Finally, though, I can't continue to mock ignore him. "What happened last night?" he asks. With those words, he wheels his way into the kitchen and sets his mug on the kitchen table. I'm already pouring pancake batter into the pan, though, and for at least a few moments I can get away with staring at the bubbles forming in the yellow liquid. I don't quite want to meet his gaze yet. Finally, I flip the pancake, relishing the hiss of the fresh batter on the hot metal pan. "Nothing really," I reassure him, my voice chirpy and light. "I was just really tired and needed to get some rest." With this last statement, I turn to flash him a smile and try not to feel the sting of the lie as I meet his gaze. The eye contact only lasts a second before I have to turn back to the pan, but if anything, it only strengthens my decision to keep the peace between us. I care about Kevin way too much to lose him. If Kevin doubts my performance, he doesn't say anything. Instead, he keeps me silent company while I finish the rest of the pancakes and accepts a plate when I hand it to him. And as I bring the maple syrup and cutlery to the table and sit down next to him, things almost feel normal again. This is a normal breakfast, with normal conversation, with my normal friend and/or lover and/or patient, Kevin. That last part, I decide, doesn't even matter. What matters is that we've found some kind of joy together, and I'm determined to preserve that. And for a moment, I almost believe that something as simple as pancakes really could mend the rift between us. When I glance up, though, I can see Kevin is still mulling over my answer. Maybe I wasn't as convincing as I thought, and for a second I'm terrified he's going to call me out. My heart races at the thought that he might just lean over the table, look me in the eye, and throw me out of his life all over again. Instead, he just nods slightly. Well, I hope you feel more rested today then. You look lovely in any case. With that last part, he shoots me a relieved smile and I feel my whole body relax. Maybe this really will be okay. The rest of breakfast is uneventful, but when I clear the plates and start making a shopping list for the store down the street, Kevin speaks up again. Why don't we go together? I want to take my crutches for a spin. I tear my eyes from my scrawled handwriting to look at him. He's beaming at me, and even though I know it's probably pushing the capabilities of his progress, I can see how enthusiastic he is. Even though he's been getting much better over the last week, he's definitely still recovering. And the crutches, while useful, can only help so much. I think about it for a moment, trying to figure out if I should be answering as his nurse, his friend, or someone else entirely. Finally, I try to find a safe middle ground. I don't want you to push it, I tell him gently. But if you think you're ready, then okay. Kevin grins again. I'm ready. He appears to prove me right as we make our way out of the mansion and along the sidewalk. Kevin's crutches swing in rhythm beside me, interspersed by the thud of his feet hitting the sidewalk. I'm actually amazed to see how well he's doing, and I start to suspect he might be exercising in the early mornings without me. I don't say anything, though. Instead, I'm happy just to have his company, and for last night, to have practically faded away with the start of a new day. And there's something else about this that strikes me. As we make our way into the supermarket and peruse the aisles together, I get a distinct feeling that this is a domestic moment. This feels miles away from nurse and patient, and much more like a couple running an errand together. Look, I know they're terrible for me, but I love them, Kevin tells me with mock sternness as he brandishes a box of sugary cereal. You remember, right? Oh my God, how could I forget? I ask, rolling my eyes and laughing. The amount of times I watched you eat these as an afternoon snack after school. Hey, didn't you once just take a bunch of dry cereal to school for lunch? Kevin laughs this time, his eyes bright and nostalgic. Oh, all the time, and that's why I'm getting them. With that, he deposits the box into the basket I'm carrying, shooting me a mischievous smile. It all feels so good that I hardly remember my fears and doubts. That's only amplified when we turn the corner and come face to face with Ryan Henley. Whoa, Kevin, Jillian, he cries, looking at us with that goofy grin that hasn't changed since high school. What are the odds? I'm actually here with Jessica and Chloe. Remember them? He jerks a thumb over his bony shoulder, and I catch sight of the two blondes behind him. More familiar faces from way back when greet us warmly. As we exchange hugs and play a quick round of catch-up, it strikes me that to these people, these old friends, Kevin and I really must look like boyfriend and girlfriend. I intentionally didn't wear my nurse's uniform today to signal the start of something new. To anyone else, I just look like a regular part of Kevin's life, and he looks like a part of mine. It makes me smile, even if the smile is a little shaky. Hey, we're about to go to lunch. Do you want to join us? Ryan says suddenly, that goofy grin spread wide again. A few other people from school will be there. Kevin shoots me a questioning look, and, again, it feels like there's some kind of partnership between us. When I nod, it's not as his nurse or his friend or his lover. It's at his girlfriend, regardless of whether I am or not. Chapter 23. Jillian. The restaurant is crowded, a cute little rustic place with high ceilings, wooden furniture, and local art on the walls. I've never been here before, and as we step inside, I already know I'd like to come back here. Maybe with Kevin. Maybe on a date, if that's ever on the cards. But then my smile falters, and I shudder almost to a halt. The sound of her voice reaches me even before I see her, but the second I scan the tables, she sticks out like a sore thumb. Marion looks a lot like she did in high school. The same straight black hair, cut into a bob, the same overdone makeup around her green eyes, though admittedly with a little more skill than she had as a 16-year-old. But there's something else, something that I recognize immediately. Her lips, which were always thin and tight, are now full, bloated even. I've seen enough bad Botox jobs at the hospital to recognize it now, and as I force my feet to follow Ryan and the others toward the table, I see she's had a nose job too. At least it's a little better than the lips, but it still gives her a strange, pinched look that makes me feel a little squeamish. It's either that, or the fact that I have to have lunch with the person who basically ruined my life. "Oh my God, Kevin," Marion squeals as we arrive. She immediately stands and throws her arms around Kevin's neck. It's only his large frame that stops him from losing his balance as he tries to maneuver his crutches around her thoughtless greeting. I grip my teeth, trying not to say anything, but both the nurse and the woman in me bristle at the sight of her embrace. "I heard you were back in town. It's so good to see you." Marion dutifully ignores me, and I decide to do the same, turning instead to the other familiar faces at the table. Thankfully, they all have a lot more tact than Marion, and they politely ask after me, eager to be filled in on the 12 years that have passed since we last saw each other. But even as I talk about my nursing career in the meantime, I can't help but catch snippets of Marion's conversation with Kevin. She's completely monopolized him by now. "Wow, that must have been so scary," she croons as Kevin tells her about his time in the military. "You're so brave." I cringe at this, but still hold my tongue. I'm sure Kevin can handle it himself. To my surprise, though, he responds only with a sort of civility that I would struggle to muster in his position. "I was only doing my duty," he replies evenly before taking another bite of his meal. "Oh, but not everyone could do what you did," Marion insists. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her lay a hand pointedly on Kevin's bulging bicep. "You always were a selfless kind of guy, you know?" Even though Jason Thompson across the table is regaling me about his 2 little girls, my head involuntarily snaps to my left to look at Marion now. The look in her eyes is sickly sweet as she bats her eyelids at Kevin. It entirely rids me of any appetite, and I absent-mindedly set down my fork. But Kevin just smiles and continues the conversation politely. To anyone else, it probably looks like a normal catch-up between old friends, but I know him better than that. The look in his eyes tells me he's deeply uncomfortable and keeping up the veneer only for the sake of a peaceful lunch. I'm not sure whether I find that reassuring or not. In fact, I'm not sure I'm even allowed to have an opinion about how he and Marion are interacting. If I were his girlfriend, then sure, but as it stands, I shake my head, trying to push away the anger that's growing in my belly, but contrary to Kevin, I'm growing less and less capable of playing nice. I don't want to make this awkward for him, though. So instead of throwing my wine in Marion's face the way I'd like to, I turn back to Jason and put on a practiced smile. I figure all I have to do is hold out until an opportune moment for escape. "They look like darlings," I say, gesturing to the photos of Jason's kids. I realize he's been holding them out to me this entire time. He must sense the tension in the air, though, and quickly takes up the conversation with Chloe to his right instead. It's a welcome release. The second I think I can get away with it, I push my chair back, excusing myself quietly. If I thought I wasn't drawing attention to myself, though, I was wrong, because as I turn to get some fresh air, I see Marion's malicious gaze boring holes into me. I just barely make it to the bathroom before I start hyperventilating. It's not exactly a panic attack, but it's not far off, and it takes me a few moments to collect myself. When I finally raise my head and look in the mirror, though, I catch sight of the very last thing I want to see. "Oh God, are you having an episode?" Marion sneers from behind me. "Honestly, you're the same pathetic girl you always were." I turn to face her, my hands trembling with anger. But Marion's not done. "You probably should have figured it out by now. Kevin doesn't want you. And a word of advice? Following him around like a lost puppy only makes you look desperate. With this, she turns to look in the mirror, as if I no longer exist, with a primness that makes me furious. She pulls out a lip gloss and applies a thick layer onto her unnaturally pouty lips. "You know what, Marion?" I say, hearing my own voice tremble with anger. "You're completely toxic. You always were. Why don't you get your own life rather than trying to meddle in mine, especially since you have no idea what you're talking about? Oh, and by the way, all that plastic probably doesn't help with how toxic you are." I only just catch a glimpse of Marion's face, distorted into a look of offense before I push past her and out of the bathroom. I'm still shaking, but at least, after all these years, I'm finally standing up for myself, and I hold my head high as I approach the lunch table. "It's been really great seeing you all, but I have to get home," I lie, trying my best to steady my voice now. "Thanks for inviting me." A murmur goes around the table, part surprise, part acquiescence. But the sound is broken by the clatter of Kevin's chair. Despite the obvious difficulty, he stands up suddenly, his face showing clear concern. "I'll come with you," he announces, but I shake my head. "It's fine. You can get around with the crutches now. Enjoy the rest of the lunch." I turn to leave, but I hear Kevin's telltale clunking gait behind me. "Hey, it was good to see you all," he mutters over his shoulder, and when I turn, I see he's practically caught up with me. "I'm coming with you," he says in my ear, but I can't respond. I know if I try, I'm liable to start crying. Instead, I nod curtly before leaving the restaurant. I desperately want to get out of there, especially since I can hear Marion's voice over my shoulder, addressing the lunch table again. I don't care to hear what she has to say. Outside, I feel like I can breathe again, but the entire experience has me shaken. And there's something else. Part of me thinks Kevin should have stayed behind. He seemed to be enjoying himself after all. And maybe my so-called insight into his discomfort was just a projection of my own desperation, as Marion put it. As we make our way back home, I can barely bring myself to face Kevin. In fact, I intentionally walk ahead of him so I don't have to see his face, or more accurately, so he doesn't have to see mine. With each step, the shame of that encounter only grows stronger, and a lifetime's worth of hurt comes bubbling up from where I thought I'd buried it. I'm loath to admit it, but this feels like high school all over again. My 16-year-old self was crushed by Marion, and now, at 29, her words are still snaking their way into my mind. "Hey, do you want to tell me what's going on?" Kevin asks from behind me, and I can tell he's trying his best to catch up, but I still can't handle the thought of facing him. So I do the worst thing I could do. I speed up and ignore his question, letting the space and the silence between us grow even bigger. I feel terrible for it, of course, but the fear that Marion is right, that I'm just a lost puppy demanding things of Kevin that he doesn't want to give, is gnawing a hole in my chest.
Chapter 24. Kevin. My legs are aching by the time we get back to the house, but I do my best to ignore them. There's something a lot more important at stake right now, and I'll be damned if I let it pass me by because of a little pain. Jillian is racing through the house, though, her gestures short and panicked, her steps frantic. I curse my legs for not working the way they should. Without my injuries, I'd have no problem catching up with her, taking her in my arms and coaxing the truth out of her. As it is, though, she easily outstrips me, and I'm left to hobble after her like a wounded animal. On any other day, this would trigger a bout of self-pity, but right now all I feel is frustration that I can't be there for her the way I want to be. "Jillian, please," I call out, but she's already escaping down the hallway. By the time I reach her bedroom door, it's well and truly closed. That all-too-familiar wood grain stares back at me, mockingly. Once again, I feel the barrier of lead standing stark between us. I sigh, leaning against the opposite wall for a second to give my legs a rest. There's a shooting pain traveling up one shin, on top of the widespread dull ache that permeates them both. If I'm honest with myself, I know I should probably sit down. The trip to the store, then to the restaurant, plus the hasty journey home has been hell on my nerves. But the knowledge that Jillian is in obvious anguish keeps me rooted in place. Just like I did last night, I raise my hand to knock on the barrier between us, only this time I actually go through with it. The rapping travels down the hallway and I hold my breath as I wait for her reply. But my knock is met by nothing but silence. After a moment, I try again. Still nothing. I rap my knuckles gently against the door for a third time, and this time I call out. "What happened in the bathroom?" I ask, my voice somewhere between gentle and protective. Did Marion say something? I can only guess that that's what happened, but without Jillian's confirmation, it feels like a stab in the dark. Could it have simply been Marion's clumsy flirtation? But I shake my head, dismissing the notion. Surely Jillian saw the look I shot her, the one that said I'm only being civil. This means nothing. She means nothing. Even after all these years, I'm sure Jillian knows me well enough to catch the meaning in my eyes. But what if she doesn't? What if she thought I was really into the conversation at lunch? Even worse, what if she thought I was flirting back? The thought makes my stomach lurch, and the silence that stretches out after my last question neither confirms nor denies my worst suspicions. Another heavy sigh escapes my lips, and with a deep sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach, I rest my head against the doorframe in frustration. Please, Jillian. I want to know what happened. I want to help. What I really mean is, I want to apologize, but I don't know enough yet to be sure that that's what Jillian needs. This time my voice is softer, and a deep sense of caring floods me. All I want in this moment is for Jillian to be okay. The cool, hard door jamb presses against my forehead as I speak, but it does little to soothe me. In the silence that follows, I think she's going to block me out again. But when I hear the soft click of the door handle turning, my chest expands a little. The door opens and I raise my head to meet Jillian, but what I see absolutely crushes any sense of relief that came from the click of the handle. The woman who has brought so much joy back into my life now stands there, her eyes red and her cheeks moist with tears. Her long, wavy hair looks as though she's been running her hands through it over and over, a nervous habit I know all too well. Her bottom lip is trembling slightly and she looks completely defeated. Even her stature is different. She seems smaller, more vulnerable, with one arm pulled across her chest protectively. It gives me the impression that she doesn't feel safe. Not with me. Maybe not with anyone anymore. Everything in me wants to gather her in my arms, but I'm not entirely sure the gesture would be welcomed. My deepest fear right now is that I might make things worse, and just the thought of giving her any unwanted affection makes my chest feel tight. As much as I want to pull her into a comforting hug, I resist the urge and give her a look of concern instead. What happened? My voice is soft and careful. At this, Jillian lets out a jagged sigh as a tear spills over and runs down her soft cheek. The look in her amber eyes is pained. I think Marion just told me what I already knew, she confesses, her voice wobbling with emotion. I see her almost flinch as she says the words. That I'm just following you around like a lost puppy, hoping for something that's unrealistic. With that, she devolves into sobs again, and each convulsion of her shoulders is like a stab in the heart. What have I done? How could she think that? What are you talking about? I ask, hoping I'm not understanding her correctly. But the guilt taking root in my chest tells me I understand perfectly. It's exactly what happened in high school, Jillian continues, her sobs still breaking through her words. She wraps both arms around herself now, as if trying to hold herself together. I was head over heels for you then, and stupidly thought we might be together someday. But that was such a foolish thing to want. You were with Marion and I. God, I was just a lapdog then. The same way I am now. The comparison hits me like a punch in the stomach, and I can't believe she would think so little of herself. Worse, I can't believe my actions, my own ignorance, would give her that impression. To compare herself to a dog, it couldn't be further from the truth. Everything in me screams rejection of her words, and I try to order my thoughts to get that across clearly. That she's not, and never has been a lost puppy or a lapdog to me. That she's the most important person in my life and always was, even when I didn't act like it. "Jillian," I begin, but she cuts me off, shaking her head emphatically. "Please don't give me any pity. It's so obvious now that I'm just doing the same thing I did then," she tells me, her face contorted into a look of total despair. "Actually, it's even worse now. I'm a lost puppy that follows you around desperately. I'm your nurse who looks after you, and I'm your sex buddy, ready to give you my body the moment you show me any attention. That's how pathetic I am. What kind of person has that little self-respect? I should have seen it sooner. I just didn't want to." With this, she collapses into tears again, turning her face away as if she doesn't even want me to look at her. It completely breaks my heart to see her like this, and the fact she believes any of Marion's toxic bull cuts me right to the core. If I'd known this would be the result of that lunch, I would never have agreed to go. The fact that I spent the afternoon playing nice with Jillian's tormentor makes me feel physically sick. All I want is to undo all of that, to make this better. And as Jillian sobs in front of me, I reach out tentatively to touch her. The pain emanating from this woman, though, makes me fear that my touch will only make things worse. Isn't that how we got here in the first place? Because I couldn't keep my hands off her? Because I thought showing my feelings rather than saying them would be clear enough? I let my hand drop to my side, with Jillian none the wiser. For a moment I stand there almost frozen, watching Jillian's torrent of emotions completely overtake her. But this time, I know, I'm not going to let Marion create a rift between us. The fact that I did that once was already far too much. I believed her lies, and now Jillian is believing them. But with the benefit of hindsight, I'm determined to break that cycle. And I'm still terrified of ruining this, but it's too late for caution now. Setting my crutches aside, I take a step inside the doorway, barely feeling the pain in my legs. All I feel is Jillian's pain and my desire to soothe it. Chapter 25. Kevin. "Jillian," I say, keeping my voice gentle but firm. She doesn't look up, but I'm not deterred. I'm not going to let her slip from my fingers again. Not by Marion's poison and not by my own inaction. My heart beats louder in my chest as I open my mouth to tell her the truth. "You're not a lapdog, you're not pathetic, and you're not my sex buddy either. Don't you know you're my everything?" At this, Jillian's hand drops from her face, her sobbing suddenly interrupted. With a look of total disbelief, she stares at me, tears still rolling down her cheeks. The expression on her face absolutely breaks my heart, as if my words are false. "I'm serious," I insist, and something between us shifts. I can see she's deciding whether or not to believe me, whether or not to trust me. But hell, I think there might even be some hope in her eyes. I take this as the push to finally say what I really need her to know, what I should have told her a long time ago. "I love you." The words hang in the air between us, and all I hear through the silence is my own heart racing. It feels like a freaking eternity before Jillian speaks again. In the meantime, she just stares at me with wide eyes, as if trying to register the words I've just spoken. I see a dozen different emotions flicker through her eyes, but in the end, she lands on doubt. And when she finally does speak, her words hit me like a freight train. "I think maybe you're just saying that out of gratitude," she tells me, shaking her head a little and clutching her arms around her chest again. "It's not uncommon for patients to grow attached to their carers." "Oh, Jillian," I say as I step forward on shaky legs to close the remaining distance between us. "No, it's not that at all." I reach out now, suddenly unwilling to be separated from her for a second longer. My hand cups her soft, wet cheek, and I let my thumb softly wipe away the tears. This is so much more than some kind of temporary gratitude. I let you go once before, and that was the biggest mistake I ever made. I love you, Jillian. I've always loved you. It just took this second chance for me to finally do something about it. Jillian slowly uncrosses her arms and lets them fall by her side, as if finally opening up to me. And for a second, she almost melts under my touch. Almost. I can see there's something still holding her back, though, and I can't blame her. I know, I tell her softly as she clearly struggles to let my words fully sink in. But I'm gonna prove it to you. And I do. Over the next few weeks, I practically make it my job to show her, I mean every word of what I said. The day after my confession, I greet her in the kitchen with breakfast already made. Even though my legs are killing me, I don't let that stop me. Between the wheelchair and the crutches, I've managed to master the kitchen almost as well as I used to. Want some pancakes? I ask from my chair with a massive grin on my face. Jillian seems a little taken aback, but obviously delighted. Even though the previous day has clearly taken its toll on her, she still looks gorgeous. I tell her so right as I slide a stack of heart-shaped pancakes onto her plate. What's this? She asks, giggling at the cheesy gesture. Just a special breakfast for the woman I love. Maple syrup? Jillian nods, almost bashful, and I can see how much I'm going to enjoy proving myself to her. I hope she can let herself enjoy it too. It doesn't stop there, though. Every single day I order fresh flowers to the house, mixing it up until I learn her likes and dislikes. By the end of the first week, I'm pretty sure I've mastered the perfect personalized bouquet. Oh my God, the tiger lilies are beautiful, she exclaims as I present her with a bouquet of orange, blue, and white. And the baby's breath, and hydrangea. These are all my favorites. I know, I tell her with a smile. She looks at me with something like incredulity, and all I want to do is kiss her deeply right there and then. But as much as I want to, I've made a vow to myself that anything approaching sexual intimacy has to come from her this time. The words "a sex buddy" are seared in my mind as a warning not to screw this up. Instead, I give her a brief but meaningful kiss on the cheek before taking the flowers from her hands and preparing them for the crystal vase I've already set out. That's another thing I've promised myself, not to make her feel like my nurse or my helper either. If there's something I can do myself, I'll do it. And in between the gestures of love and adoration, buying her flowers, cooking her dinner, taking her out on real dates, I make sure she knows that Marion's words were so far from the truth. Any chance I get, I tell her how much she means to me, like when I catch her shirking away from my gestures. You really are the woman I've wanted all my life, I tell her one day when she awkwardly declines an invitation for a dinner date. And whatever you want to do tonight, I hope you'll let me enjoy it with you. Or when I see her deliberating between her own clothes and her scrubs for one of our therapy sessions. You look beautiful in absolutely anything, you know that, right? Just wear whatever makes you most comfortable. I'm secretly thrilled when she chooses her own dress, which not only looks stunning on her, but tells me she might just believe me when I say she's more than my nurse. Maybe that, above all else, is something I want to make clear to her. And it's because of that I'm hell-bent on getting better as quickly as possible. I can only guess that there's still a little voice in the back of Jillian's mind, a voice that probably sounds a lot like Marion, that tells her I'll only be in love with her for as long as she's tending to me. But I know how far that is from the truth. The sooner I recover, the sooner I can prove those doubts wrong. Wow, you're really doing a lot better, Jillian tells me one morning during physical therapy. And she's right. I've barely used the wheelchair at all this week, and I can feel my legs getting stronger every day. My balance, my flexibility, my stamina, they're actually starting to approach how I used to be. And some other things are approaching how they used to be, like the dynamic with Jillian. Or no, that's not quite right, because even when we were best friends in high school, even when we were in the throes of passion last month, things were never this clear or this focused. I was never this clear or this focused, I guess. As I go about my exercises with Jillian spotting me, I sneak a glance at her face. She looks happier and lighter than I've seen her in a long, long time. And there are other changes too. Once again, she's wearing her own clothes, tight-fitting jeans and a flowy white blouse that I find particularly alluring. Not that I show it or anything. I'm just happy she's breaking free of the nurse role the same way I'm breaking free of mine as a patient. Even the therapy, which is inherently medical, feels more like a partnership than a session between a nurse and an injured soldier. I've been putting in the work, I tell her as I lower myself to the floor and reach for my toes. I grasp them with ease, almost bending in half as I stretch. It's worlds apart from what I could do even a couple of weeks ago. I can see that, she says, looking down at me with a smile that melts my heart. You've been very dedicated recently. I couldn't have done it without you. I hope my real meaning is implied, that I couldn't have done it without my love for her to spur me on. And then another thought interrupts. Screw it. I'm done with silent implications. I want you to understand that I want you in my life, in this house, long after I recover. I stand, moving on to the next set of exercises, but still looking her in the eye. This isn't some weird nurse-patient thing, okay? This is for real. Jillian ducks her head and smiles sheepishly, but I get the feeling my words are finally starting to get through to her. And it feels damn good.
Chapter 26. Jillian. I feel silly in this dress. In a sequin green gown with a high slit, I feel slightly out of place at this party. Tonight is the celebration of Kevin's achievement. He can walk without crutches now. He's still in pain, but the milestone, now that we've crossed it, feels huge. Unlike his usual self, he agreed to take part in tonight's festivities. In fact, he seems downright giddy. It's way too soon for a party like this, but for some crazy reason, Kevin just wouldn't be dissuaded. It was Jillian who did the work, really. I can hear his voice through the crowd, but can't see him. "Can I pay?" the server asked me, waving a tray in front of my face. "No, thanks," I responded, wrinkling my nose at the strange concoction in front of me. I can't seem to find Kevin anywhere. Until I find him, I feel a little lost. "Jillian," comes a familiar voice out of the crowd. "Wow, you look amazing." Jessica looks pleased to see me, with Chloe at her side. "Thanks, girl," I say, still fidgeting in my dress. I can't seem to find Kevin anywhere. The crowd overwhelms his family home, mostly relatives fascinated that their tragic relative managed to come through his difficulty. Only his brother Lucas couldn't join us to celebrate. "Well, I saw him when we came in, and oh my God, he looks amazing. I can't believe you taught him how to walk again." "Well, I didn't teach him. He gives me too much credit. We did it together." "Not bad." The two women look at each other like they don't believe me. "That's not what he said," Chloe responds, with a hand on her hip. "Anyways, we'll see you out there." When they disappear, I'm left in a room of too many people. And until one of them is Kevin, I'll just be a jittery mess. Finally, I find a crowd of familiar faces. Madison, Dr. Grayson, and a few men in fatigues can only guess are Kevin's army buddies. "Well, there's my favorite girl in the world." Madison is overwhelmingly happy to see me. Her hug nearly takes the life out of me. While I can understand her enthusiasm, I wonder if I'll ever meet her without tears in her eyes. "It's good to see you, Madison. How was the drive?" "Not too bad. Have you seen my son anywhere?" "No, but I'm on the lookout. I swear now he's on 2 feet. All I ever do is chase him." She squeezes me lovingly on the arm, and I can only hope the adoration bubbling under her eyes will make sense to me soon. The house looks totally different, filled to the brim with so many people. It's nice to see some of the finer points of the place getting some use. It's been Kevin and me for so long now, I'm growing to like the roar of buzzing voices. Every time a plate clinks against another, or a woman's laugh reaches me, my head pops around for the source of the sound. I wonder if Kevin will want to get out more, now that he can. He mentioned having friends with the army wives. It's funny to think I might hang with them in the future. That is, if Kevin will ever really settle things between us. So, are you the girl I've been hearing about? A soldier with the words Carter printed on a patch in his chest says to me. Are you the soldier I've heard about? Who carried Kevin to safety? He places a firm hand into mine. Sure am. Good to know you. He peers into my pupils with eyes darker than mine, and I feel a connection like Kevin was talking about. Even though these two men couldn't look less alike, I get the sense they share a bond as close as a brotherhood. It's nice to meet you too. I have heard a lot about you. Very heroic how you carried him to safety. You're not so bad yourself, ma'am. Kevin says you carried him. Helped him get back on his feet, literally. What is with everyone today? The way they talk, you'd think I had magic powers. He did more than he lets on. I didn't walk for him. I couldn't if I wanted to. I'm too small, I say, trying to pass off the awkwardness with a joke. When a man is ready to give up on himself, ma'am, heroes come in all shapes and sizes. I don't know what to say. You know, my wife is a nurse too back in Silver City. Is that right? Yeah, Shireen. You'd love her. Would you and Kevin be up for the drive? I'm sure you'd have a lot in common. I'd like that very much, I say, trying not to get too ahead of myself visualizing double dates. Kevin would look so hot in his army gear. I'm already excited over the idea of him in cargo boots, although it might be too painful for that yet, so maybe I'll be the one wearing them. Hanging in there, Jillian? The general catches me off guard with his usual brisk manner. I find his mannerisms cute these days, like an off-color character in a corny TV show. His tics and ways are downright adorable to me now. I do all right, sir, I tease, giving his address too formally for the occasion. His almost smile is the validation I need. Has sir made contact with his son, sir? I continue, tugging at his nerve in the slightest acceptable way. Negative, Private. Carry on. I give him my thanks as I pass on, continuing my search. Kevin has to be somewhere in this mess. It is his party after all. I see the same usual faces. Relatives from Kevin's past I've met before. Soldiers whose names I've yet to attach to faces. The friends we knew together as adolescents may have gotten older, but they still look like the same kids to me. Then I see him. Kevin stands tall, his eyes piercing the crowd with his soulful brown eyes, and black hair neatly coiffed for tonight. He looks amazing in his suit, so proud and tall. Any innocent bystander would never know this man had given up on his ability to walk. When his eyes finally find mine, he smiles and then raises his glass. Here she is, he says, addressing the room. Everyone, I'd like to welcome the woman of the hour. If you would please, give her a round of applause. For some reason, Marion thinks Kevin is talking to her. She rushes to his side, earning an angry stare from him. Get down, Marion, Kevin scolds. Everyone in the crowd is silent. I'm talking to the woman who saved my life. Slowly, I make my way towards him. The crowd recovers and starts emphatically clapping for me. This is too much. I don't deserve this. Yet I can't help my feet taking me to him. I just want to be close to his fine form, his jaw noble as he speaks to his closest friends and relatives. Now, he smiles, looking at the people beyond me. Through the haze, I see Marion sulking in the corner. This woman is probably thinking, no, not me right now. But no matter what she tells you, hear this from me. Jillian, I was a hopeless mess before you came along. I don't know where I would be if you hadn't come into my life, but I know I wouldn't be standing here today. I hear his mother erupt into tears and look out to see her crying into the general's shoulder. Everyone starts clapping again, and I hear voices chant "Hear, hear," with clinks of glasses. Shall we raise our glasses? He asks. To Jillian Hart, nurse extraordinaire. To Jillian Hart, nurse extraordinaire. Everyone chimes in and drinks in unison. And in case it's not clear to everyone in this room, Kevin pauses and looks at Marion. I happen to love this woman very much. And not because she taught me to walk again, but because she didn't give up on me. She wouldn't. She's my best friend. Suddenly, I started to realize the hidden meaning behind Kevin's behavior the day his parents visited. He's loved me all along. I should have seen it before. When he kisses me, he dips me back, and the crowd claps harder. I'm not sure if Madison will recover from the whole scene, but at least she looks happy. In truth, I never thought I could be so happy either. Being with Kevin is like a dream buried within a dream. I had long given up any hope it would revive itself, especially as the years dragged on. I'm so glad to be wrong. Now that I think about it, helping him walk again was the medicine that brought me back. In a way, I guess we saved each other. We spend the rest of our evening in a back-and-forth celebration until the night starts to wear on Kevin. He's a soldier in every way. But as his nurse, I have to insist my patient gets his rest. In truth, I'm glad to be walking back towards his room, just us two.
Chapter 27. Kevin. It's hours later when all our guests leave. I'm relieved because I'm eager to be alone with Jillian. This beautiful woman is mine, and I want to show her exactly how much I want her. The second the door closes behind our last friend, I heave a sigh of relief. The party was great, it really was, but I'm done celebrating. Now I want to be alone with my woman. Come here, I growl. Jillian smirks at me and saunters over, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She knows exactly what that growl means. As she reaches me, I pull her into my arms, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. Her hands find their way to my chest, fingers tracing patterns over the fabric of my shirt. I've been waiting for this moment all night, she purrs, her voice low and husky. I can feel the heat rising between us, a magnetic pull that neither of us can resist. I lean in to capture her lips in a hungry kiss, our breath mingling in a dance of desire. At that moment, nothing else exists except for the two of us, lost in each other's embrace. Her lips taste like the sweet red wine we had been sharing all night, a heady mixture of desire and intoxication. I deepen the kiss, my hands tangled in her hair as I pull her even closer. Jillian responds eagerly, pressing her body against mine as if she wants to merge our souls together. As we break apart for a moment, gasping for air, she looks up at me, her eyes darkened with passion. I want you, she whispers, her voice sending shivers down my spine. Believe me, I tell her. It's not more than I want you. Without another word, I scoop Jillian up in my arms and carry her towards our bedroom. Her laughter fills the air as she wraps her arms around my neck, her trust in me unwavering. As we reach the threshold of our room, I kick the door shut behind us, closing off the world and leaving only the two of us in our own private universe. The soft lamplight casts a warm glow over the room, illuminating Jillian's radiant smile as I lay her down gently on the bed. I hover over her, my eyes locked with hers, silently promising to cherish every moment we share together. With a hunger that matches mine, Jillian reaches for me, pulling me down to meet her lips in another searing kiss. Our bodies meld together effortlessly, each touch igniting a fire that burns hotter with every passing second. I want to drive her insane with desire. I want her to scream my name in pleasure, want her to feel the same insatiable hunger that burns within me. As I undress her, each piece of clothing that falls away reveals more of the beautiful, desirable woman I love. Her smooth skin, the curve of her hips, the way her chest rises and falls with each ragged breath. All of it brings a primal urge to claim her fully. I kiss every inch of her body, exploring each new territory with reverence. My hands trail lightly over her skin, leaving a wake of goosebumps in their path. I've been desperate to touch her all night, and now that I finally can, Every caress and every kiss brings me closer to the edge of my own desire. These two are hot and heavy right now. Unfortunately, we can't show you the sordid details here because they're just too hot for YouTube. Head over to vixavonromance.com and use code VIXA40 for a great deal on the ending you really want for this chapter. Now back to our story. Chapter 28. Kevin. I awake with a jolt, the anticipation of my surprise for Jillian stirring me from sleep with a sense of purpose. After weeks of planning, this day has finally arrived. Following my private declaration of love for Jillian weeks ago, I got in touch with Carter. Through him, I asked his wife, Shireen, what the correct protocol is to report sexual harassment in a hospital setting. I explained to her the power dynamics at play and how the outcome could affect Jillian's career. After getting some feedback and good advice from her, I'm now ready to begin the next phase of my plan. Alone in the kitchen, I say in a low voice, Jillian, if this doesn't prove how much I love you, I don't know what will. Meanwhile, with utmost discretion, I arrange the compiled evidence against the doctor on the kitchen table. It's damning. The file contains testimonies from the other alleged victims, all of whom I met with just a few days ago. Several of them have recorded evidence. During our meetings, they managed to see that there's power in numbers and decided to file a report on the doctor and stand up for themselves. They recognized the necessity of putting a stop to the doctor's abuse, even though it was not a simple choice. I still feel a tinge of anger when I think about how vulnerable and unsupported Jillian must have felt. Gone is the guilt that mixed with my anger at first hearing. Guilt for not being man enough to tell her my feelings long ago, and as a result, leaving her unprotected. As the morning light seeps through the windows, Jillian emerges from our bedroom, her eyes still heavy with sleep. My heart skips a beat as I watch her gaze shift from me to the pile of documents on the table. "What's this?" she asks. "It's a gift I've been putting together for you." I hear a chuckle escape from her lips. "A pile of papers? I guess I never told you how medical professionals dislike all the required paperwork. This pile might interest you. Okay, a little light reading with my coffee then." Jillian sits at the table, inhales, clears her throat, and examines each document with care. While she looks through the file, I pour 2 mugs of coffee, twist the lids, place one near her, and sit across from her with mine. I watch as she goes through each document. Her expression transforms from confusion to concentration, and then to shock as she processes the gravity of my efforts. Jillian reads the last document, sits it on top of the others, and closes the file. She lifts her head and stares into space, her attention not fixed on anything in front of her. The silence in the room is so palpable, it's almost deafening, as her eyes betray the range of emotions she is going through. Finally, she turns to me, speechless, her mouth wide open, with a million unspoken questions. The only one that makes its way out is a whispered, "How?" "The morning you told me. You know, the day my parents came with Dr. Grayson?" "Uh-huh. I wanted to do something then, but I wasn't sure how you'd feel about me trying to rescue you, especially not knowing what our relationship status was." She reaches across the table and puts her hand on mine. "I get it," she says. "Not to mention I had no clue of where to start. In the military, there are specific protocols for this kind of thing, and it's difficult reporting a superior." Jillian nods her head. "Yeah, same. There are hospital protocols too, and it's just as difficult." That's what I gathered when I spoke with Shireen about it. She stops nodding at once to look at me with wide eyes and asks, "Shireen, you mean Carter's wife?" "I don't remember telling you about her. How do you know who she is?" "Carter gave us an open invitation to come see them." "Oh, okay. Anyway, she told me there was nothing I could do myself other than find and convince any other victims to come forward." "How did she say it?" "Hospital protocol requires either the alleged victim or their legal representation to present a claim." Jillian thumbs through the file again. "It's unfortunate, but unless there is a risk of patient harm, The hospital bylaws protect their physicians over the employees. It looks like that's the case in more than one of these reports. What's the case? I ask. Patients at risk of being harmed. How was a patient harmed by a doctor's misconduct with an employee? According to these reports, some of the alleged victims were trying to avoid the doctor as much as possible. Some weren't interacting at all. They weren't clarifying orders or communicating changes in patient conditions. And that environment puts the patients at risk? Exactly. Or rather, it can. My having a problem with the doctor was not an issue for the hospital. They easily dismissed my concerns with whatever false evidence he gave. Then her finger comes down on the file like a gavel when she says, "But when there's potential for a patient to be harmed, and the hospital being liable?" Jillian shrugs to make her point, then drums her fingers against the file as she takes a sip of her coffee. She pauses, placing her mug down, and then asks, "You mentioned wanting to do something about my dismissal the morning I told you, right?" "Yeah." "But you didn't. Exactly when did you decide to do something?" she asks. I smile at Jillian, my eyes filled with emotion. "The day I told you I loved you." Tears of gratitude flood Jillian's face. She now understands she's not alone in this fight. Overwhelmed by the enormity of my actions, she grasps my face, gives me a gentle kiss on the lips, and whispers, "Thank you." And then, unable to hold back any longer, I blurt out the question I've been itching to ask. "Will you marry me?" Jillian stares at me in absolute shock. The question hangs in the air, and with it comes a sense of anticipation, like a sweet surprise waiting to be opened. I feel a surge of hope, my heart fluttering with expectation, as if everything hinges on her response. Then Jillian erupts in laughter. I'm not sure how to take this. Her laughter mixed with tears is an unexpected response. "You're serious? We just started dating for real," she exclaims, her emotions a cocktail of joy and incredulity at the swift turn our lives are taking. Apparently, she can't help but find humor in the awkward presentation and less than ideal timing of my proposal. Of course I'm serious. My reassurance is both gentle and firm. We've already lost years because we believed what someone else told us. We forgot how easy it was to talk to each other, to confide in one another. A fresh flow of tears emerges from Jillian's eyes as I continue. I don't know how many significant moments we've spent apart, or how much time we've wasted trying to fill the space with other people. I grab her hand in my own. We've wasted so much time apart, I say earnestly. I want to reclaim every moment we can together, starting now. Even if we've only been official for a day, this proposal was a long time coming. I can see Jillian's love for me when I look into her eyes. At that moment, I know without a doubt that she wants to spend the rest of her life with me. Yet, I still want to hear it. I need to hear it. "So?" I ask her. While I'm waiting for a response, I keep a close eye on her. I watch her slow, intentional breaths and hope the look of affection in her eyes always stays the same. "Jillian?" She smiles and then, in a soft whisper, says, "Yes." It's a whisper that carries our history and our future. Not realizing I had been holding my breath, I let out a heavy sigh of relief. After the emotional whirlwind of the morning, we decide it's an appropriate time to make a trip to visit her mother's grave. Jillian places a bouquet in the vase, stands up, and takes my hand. "You remember Kevin, don't you, Mom?" she says. Then looking up at me and smiling says, "It took us a while, but we finally made our way back to one another. We're getting married. Best friends forever." Jillian turns back toward her mother's grave. "I wish I could have you here to give me away, Mom. But I know that's not possible. Still, I'm glad you got to meet and know the man I love." As we walk away, I grasp a cane in one hand and Jillian's hand in the other. Then Jillian says to me, "I felt her presence, Kevin. She's giving us her blessing."
Chapter 29. Jillian. I can't believe today is finally here. There's a vision of a white woman staring back at me from a full-length mirror. Her wavy hair is pinned up in an elegant updo, with a wreath of baby's breath circling the crown of her head. I have to pinch myself. It's just too hard to believe that this woman is me. I am so proud of you, my mother says as she pins my veil to my head. What you did for Kevin and his family was brilliant. I love him so much, I confess, chunks rising in my throat as I struggle to say anything. I have so many feelings flying around inside me at once. I know, sweetheart, and he loves you. Jillian, Madison's voice calls from the other side of the bride's cry room door. It's almost time. A flurry of bridesmaids busy themselves around me, relaying the information one by one like an overdressed game of telephone. I'm almost ready, I call back. The room erupts in a frenzy of last-minute jitters, with me in the middle of it all, enjoying the chaos I'm about to put this small town through. Today's the big day, finally. After 4 long months, Kevin and I have been through a rehabilitation schedule designed to have him on his feet, unassisted, for the big day. As I stand in awe of this woman in white, I feel a giddiness erupt deep down inside me that shines on my face as a delighted smile. We did it. And today is finally here. I can't wait. I don't know how a woman is supposed to feel on her wedding day. Happy, probably, and confident that she's making the right choice. I already had both of those feelings. Now I can look back at the elegant bride I'm about to be and relish in the excitement of it all. I didn't come back to Willow River Town to make things happen this way. If anything, I was running from a bad break. Now it will take all my reserves not to sprint down that aisle to say I do to Kevin. Ready to go? Raphael asks, holding himself proudly as my man of honor. So ready, I say, taking my bouquet and making my way to the door. My attendees all line up in front of me, with a ring bearer in front, ready to do his duty to the best of his 6-year-old capabilities. Jessica and Chloe take turns fixing the other's hair and wreaths. I feel a rumble in my belly, signaling that it's here. I'm about to become Mrs. Kevin Merrington. The organ begins from inside the chapel, and at last, it's finally time. Thank goodness. I just can't wait anymore. The general stands tall at the other side of the cry room door, waiting to stand in to escort me down the aisle. 4 months of physical therapy didn't just get Kevin on his feet. His father made sure of it. I think the general's involvement in Kevin's treatments has only hastened his recovery. Well, Private, he says, holding his arm out for me to take with a twinkle in his eye. I expect this wedding to go by the book, understood? Yes, sir. I smile, beaming up at him. In the past few weeks, I've learned that if you let him tease you, he's all bark and no bite. Maybe what he's been through with Kevin has softened him a little, or maybe he sees me like the daughter he never had. Good. Keep this up, and you might just make corporal. With my arm in his, I feel truly ready to take this next step. Maybe other girls live for this moment. The wedding, the dress, the venue. It's a day all about the bride. Who could ask for more? But it's not about that for me. For me, it's about the groom. When the chapel doors open for me, I enter a dazzling sunlight chapel with elegant white pews adorned with flowers. It's brilliant, and everything I planned. Yet for me, the breathtaking view is the sight of Kevin standing there proudly waiting for me. At once, I feel like that teenage girl I used to be, hopeless in love all over again. The man before me has been through so much, through war, pain, and disability, and yet, he stands. He's been through hell, but all I see is Kevin, the boy I grew up with and fell hard for a lifetime ago. So much has changed over the years, but the way I feel about him has been the true constant in my life. When the general hands me over to him, I feel so overwhelmed with joy that I can't stop the tears from rolling down my cheeks. The look on Kevin's face fills my heart to bursting because I know he feels the same way about me. He looks amazing. It's more than his tall, proud stance. His crisp military uniform shows a kind of pride in him I've never seen before. His love of service seems to have changed into service of another kind, of the steps we're about to take in life together. Beside him, as still as statues, his brother Lucas, Captain Carter, and a long line of servicemen stand as groomsmen for our wedding. "Nice dress," he teases, as his hands envelop my trembling fingers into his. "Thanks," I say, slightly quivering with my words. "Are you okay?" he whispers as the pastor places his hands on the pulpit to begin the ceremony. "I didn't think I'd be so emotional," I confess, with one tear following the other. The pastor pauses while Raphael arrives at my elbow, prepared like I knew he would be. "Tissue here," he says, winking slightly as he places it into my hand. "Here, let me," Kevin says, taking the tissue from me ever so sweetly. I hear a chuckle roll through the crowd as Kevin wipes the tears delicately from my eyes. Without water blurring my vision, I finally get to see how I got here. It may have been me who helped him walk again, but I look up and see a man I can lean on. "May I begin?" the pastor asks with a twinkle in his eyes. The crowd laughs again, and this time I feel so ready I could burst. "Yes, please." "Dearly beloved," he begins, putting us through the motions of for richer or poorer and everything in between. I'm in the middle of it all, torn between two strong feelings: the need to slow the moment down and linger in it for the rest of my life clashes with the need to fast forward to the happily ever after. If I could skip all this, the I do, the cake, everything, I would. As far as I'm concerned, Kevin and I have already lived through more than most couples see in a lifetime. We've struggled through hardships, we've endured years apart, and we reunited in the face of it all. That's more than most people, even after decades together. What I'm jealous of are the everyday troubles of a careless, regular life. From where I'm standing, with Kevin's hand in mine, we have years to make up for. Dishes to wash, frozen pizzas to make, and TV shows to catch up on. What I'm most looking forward to is getting back to being what we always were, best friends. Do you, Jillian, take Kevin to be your lawfully wedded husband? Is it just me? Or does time fly when you're getting married? I say I do, and Kevin takes his turn, and before I know it, I feel his ring on my left finger. I now pronounce you man and wife. You may now kiss the bride. It seems like the whole of Willow River Town is here to see us get married. When the crowd erupts, I see everyone important to us. Friends who've known us all our lives enliven the scene with cheers and applause. Even Kevin's military buddies soften for whoops as we turn to make our grand exit. One by one, Lucas, Captain Carter, and the rest of the groomsmen unsheath their sabers, taking opposing ends of the aisle. "Ready, arches?" Lucas directs, while the men raise their swords to the roof of the chapel. "Saber." With his final command, all 8 men lower their swords for our passage. It feels so regal, and I'm so proud that he's able to walk through with me. I now present Captain and Mrs. Merrington, the pastor announces while cheers ring through the high-arched walls. Slowly we proceed through the archway built for us, a symbol of our enduring love for each other and a sign of strength for all we've been through. When we reach the end of the soldiers, Carter and Lucas stop us. "This wedding requires a kiss," they say, smiling. Kevin looks at me and takes me with his hands, a sweet kiss that relieves a round of polite applause. "A real kiss?" his brother commands, with a roar from his friends in arms. This time, Kevin snakes his arm around my waist and dips me back in a long, deep embrace. The roar of the crowd rings in my ears as I relish his taste on my tongue. It feels like all of Willow River Town is here to share in our joy as we head into our reception, with arms around each other. "Shall we dance, Mrs. Merrington?" Kevin asks as we take center stage on the dance floor. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 30. Jillian. I still can't believe Lucas is paying for all this, I say, my eyes wide as I shift my gaze between Kevin and the window of the private jet. The view outside is absolutely breathtaking. Clear blue water, surrounding a smattering of tiny green islands, ringed with white sand. Behind me, I hear Kevin chuckle. Consider it his way of making up for missing the wedding, he tells me. That and he wanted to welcome you into the family the best way he knows how, by spending a ton of money. I shake my head, still incredulous that we're about to honeymoon in the Maldives. In fact, I'm still a little incredulous that we're honeymooning at all, or that we're even married for that matter. I absent-mindedly twist the engagement and wedding rings on my left hand, as if to double-check that this is all real. This is going to be amazing, I mutter, and then I feel Kevin's hand on mine. When I turn to look at him, he leans in and gives me a soft, loving kiss that soon turns passionate. In fact, we hardly stop until the plane touches down, and the private jet's flight attendant welcomes us to the Maldives with a cheery smile. I can see why. The moment we step out into the perfect tropical weather, I'm completely taken aback by its beauty. But before I can even take it in, Kevin is ushering me toward another plane, far from the luxury of the private jet, but even more exciting. Oh my God, a seaplane? I exclaim as the pilot steps out and welcomes us. I can't help but notice she's barefoot, and it elicits an excited giggle from me. She gives us both a warm grin, and soon, Kevin and I are side by side, flying over the islands once again. The view is even more spectacular than before, now that we're flying low over the ocean. I can see every ripple of every tiny wave spreading out beneath us like a blue carpet. Over the next 40 minutes, we pass dozens of small islands stretched out like a string of pearls along the ocean. Finally, the seaplane comes to land alongside a tiny island, a lush green dot surrounded by the purest white sand. Welcome to paradise, Kevin whispers in my ear over the sound of water lapping the plane's feet. As we flew toward the island, I caught sight of a long arm of floating cabins extending out from the island itself. It's there that Kevin and I are led by the island host, who comes to greet us upon our arrival. The place is absolutely stunning, and I clasp Kevin's hand tightly as we step inside our home for the week. He squeezes back, and the moment the host leaves us to our own devices, he pulls me close to him. I love you so much, he tells me, gazing down at me with his deep brown eyes. I'm so happy to be here with you. I love you too, I reply, and my heart melts at the thought of spending not only this week with him, but the rest of my life. I lean toward him, meeting his lips in a deep, passionate kiss. It's enough to get lost in, but finally, Kevin pulls away, a little sheepishly. Let's not get too carried away on our first day, he tells me with a grin. We haven't even explored yet. I nod, even though my body is already aching for him, but I know he's right. The cabin, the island, the ocean, they're all here for us to enjoy, and I'm sure we'll make the most of every minute. As we wander through the cabin, I realize it's much, much bigger than it looked from the air. The interior is light and airy, with several walls consisting of floor-to-ceiling windows that can be left open to the warm island air. The master bedroom is made up beautifully, with tropical flowers laid carefully upon the folds of the duvet. The bathroom is enormous and tastefully decorated, and there's even a second bath, which we discover as we walk out onto the patio that juts out into the ocean itself. Oh my God, look at this, I shout, even though Kevin's right beside me. I've just caught sight of the huge marble bathtub that sits on the wooden patio. It's surrounded on two sides with slatted walls and is protected by a roof, but on the other side, it looks right out onto the ocean. Two plush white robes hang on the wall behind the tub, and I can already see us enjoying a soak there while the sunset lights up the clear sky. This place is perfect. I sigh, turning back to Kevin with a sense of pure joy. We haven't even seen it all yet. He laughs and pulls me into another kiss before taking me by the hand and leading me out of the cabin with a small bag of essentials. With every step we take, the beauty of the island reveals itself to us. The long wooden walkway that practically floats across the water leads us back to the land, where the pristine white coral beach awaits. As gorgeous as the surroundings are, though, I can see Kevin stealing glances at me out of the corner of my eye. When I finally turn to face him, he gives me another sheepish grin. "What?" I ask with a laugh. "I just can't keep my eyes off you," he tells me, reaching up and cupping my cheek softly. "You're still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." I can feel my cheeks growing warm at that, and still can't believe how lucky I am that I got a second chance with him. When the sun begins to grow low and we've almost encircled the island, Kevin turns to me with a mischievous grin. "Hey, wanna go for a dip?" he asks, gesturing to the crystal clear water lapping at the sand. "I thought you'd never ask." With a mischievous grin of my own, I slide my hands under his shirt until he gets the hint and pulls it over his head. I'm instantly turned on by his body, and when he slides his hands up my thighs to remove my dress, I almost get carried away right there and then. But it's not that kind of resort, I guess, and when we're both down to our bathing suits, we run laughing into the water. It's incredibly warm, and I'm surprised that even this late in the day, it feels like a warm bath more than the ocean. We're wading through the shallows when Kevin suddenly lifts me up, carrying me in his arms toward the deeper water. "Hey, what are you doing?" I cry, laughing as he grins down at me. "Carrying you over every threshold I can find, now that you're my wife." I laugh as he finally lowers me into the deeper water at the edge of the sandbank. It's a little cooler here, but still incredibly pleasant. The sun is sinking lower, and the entire sky is lit up in shades of orange, pink, and purple. We splash for a while, laughing and playing, until finally Kevin pulls me in close again. When he kisses me, I taste the salty seawater on his lips and feel the warmth of his body. He feels wet under the water, and instinctively, I wrap my legs around his waist. "Oh, you feel good," he groans in between kisses. As the sunset is slowly replaced by twinkling stars, Kevin and I can't help but tease each other. His body pressed against mine is a huge temptation, and I have to force myself not to reach down between us and feel him getting hard, which I know he is. Finally, though, we end up resting with our foreheads against each other and breathing in each other's presence. "I promise to be with you forever," he tells me suddenly, his voice soft over the quiet lapping of the waves. "That's all I ever want," I reply, feeling his words fill my chest with love. "I just want to spend the rest of my life with you." "There's so much I want to share with you, you know," he continues, leaning back slightly and moving a stray strand of hair from my face. "I want to share every dream with you." His words touch me, and I realize that now he's recovered, he can do anything he wants to. "What dreams come to mind?" Kevin smiles softly and looks me in the eyes. "I want to put my skills to use again. There's so much I was good at in the Army," he says, "and I'd hate for that to go to waste. So I was thinking, maybe I'll open a security company, use my skills to help civilians." I smile, already so proud of him. "That sounds perfect, Kevin, and you know I support you no matter what you want to do." Kevin holds me closer and kisses me gently. "And I support you too, whatever you want to do with your life. And also," he adds, kissing me again, "do you know I'm falling more and more in love with you every day?" I smile, feeling the words sink in, and I realize I finally do.
Chapter 31. Kevin. The soft sand stretched out before the cabin, kissed by gentle waves that lapped at the shore in a soothing rhythm. The cabin itself stood weathered but sturdy, its wooden exterior blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the water, a sense of tranquility settled over the beach. "Kevin, want to go for a walk?" Jillian calls from the other room. "Yeah, give me a minute." I finish the glass of water in my hand and enter the living room only to find her in a bikini. My mouth immediately begins to salivate. "I thought you said walk." I grin as she smirks mischievously. "Walk? Skinny dip. Tomato too." My laughter rings throughout our cabin as I slip on my swim shorts. "I don't think you'll be needing those, Kev." I chuckle, recognizing the mischievous spark in Jillian's eyes. "Well, who am I to argue with your flawless logic?" I quip, pulling off my swim shorts with a playful grin. Hand in hand, we step out onto the beach, the sand cool beneath our bare feet. The water glistens under the setting sun, inviting us to immerse ourselves in its embrace. Without a second thought, we dash towards the waves, feeling the salty spray on our skin as we plunge into the sea. The water is refreshing against our bodies, washing away any lingering worries or stress. Jillian lets out a carefree laugh, her voice carried away by the gentle breeze. I swim towards her, pulling her close as we float together in the tranquil waters, feeling more connected than ever in that moment of pure bliss. As twilight descends upon the beach, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, I pull her against me and kiss her deeply, the taste of salt water lingering on her lips. The world around us fades away, leaving only the sound of the waves as they caress the shore. At that moment, all that exists is the two of us, lost in each other's embrace under the canvas of the darkening sky. Her moan echoes in the air around us as my hand caresses her chest lightly, sending shivers down her spine. I feel her heart racing beneath my fingertips, my own heart matching its rhythm. The water around us begins to ripple, the waves carrying whispers of desire and passion as they kiss the shore. As the stars begin to twinkle above us, I pull away slightly, our eyes locking in the dimming light. There's a lustful intensity in my gaze, a hunger for her that I can't deny. She meets my gaze with equal fire, her eyes reflecting her desire. Hold it. This portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube to handle. Slide on over to VixAvonRomance.com and use code VXA40 for a fantastic deal on this and other unabridged content. Now, back to our story.
Chapter 32. Jillian. Oh my God, there's still sand showing up in my shoes, I exclaim, laughing as I pick up a pair of sandals from our bedroom closet. A thin trickle of white coral sand pours out of one of the seams, landing at my feet. It's been weeks since we got back, but little reminders of the Maldives are still so present, like the fact that sand seems to be absolutely everywhere. Honestly, though, I can't complain, and even as I grab the hand vacuum and clean the pure white grains off the floor, I smile. The effects of our honeymoon seem to be in everything. The way both Kevin and I are more relaxed around the house, the penchant for swimming we've suddenly picked up, and the tans that both of us carried back with us. And there's something else. At least, I think there's something else. I set the vacuum back and return to my sandals, just as Kevin comes into the bedroom. Sorry, did you say something, honey? Honey. I love that he calls me honey, something he started doing lately. I shake my head. Just more sand. Kevin grins. Well, if we ever run out, we'll just have to go back to stock up. I like the sound of that, I tell him, laughing. With a warm smile, I lean in for a kiss and his lips meet mine softly. I feel his hand reach around my waist and press me close, and for a second, I want to tell him my suspicions. The words are bubbling up in my chest, threatening to spill out. Just the feeling of his arms around me makes me want to tell him the words that have been swirling around my mind all week. But no, I want to be sure before I say anything. When we part, I tell him the only lie I've ever told. I'm heading out to meet a friend for a coffee, but I'll be back in an hour or so. Kevin nods, entirely trusting. And why shouldn't he be? He's never had reason to question me before. No problem. I was gonna go for a swim, he says, running his hand over his close-cropped hair. Come join me when you get back if you like, and have fun with your friend. With a smile and a nod, I slip on my sandals and head to the front door. But before I leave, I cast one last glance back over my shoulder. Kevin is already walking down the hallway, peeling off his shirt as he makes his way to the pool. I can feel something both constrict and expand in my chest, and I hurry out to see what our futures hold. The doctor's waiting room is large and bright, and the plush red chairs are incredibly comfortable. Still, I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. I'm a little early, but I can't stop checking the time. In fact, I know for a fact that I'm glancing at my phone clock every minute, sometimes several times a minute. Finally, a sliding door opens and an elderly woman in a white coat steps out with a smile. She's the same doctor I saw last time, and when she calls my name, I practically jump out of my chair. As she ushers me into her office, I feel like my heart is in my throat. Whatever happens in this room could change the entire course of our lives. Well, Mrs. Merrington, we got your results back, she tells me once I'm settled. Her neutral expression tells me nothing. I know you wanted to be absolutely sure, and there's no doubt about it now. I leave the office with my chest feeling like it's about to explode. Suddenly, I wish I hadn't kept this a secret, that I'd brought Kevin with me, but the next best thing is to tell him as soon as I can. I rush home, but I can't help but rest my hand on my belly the whole way. Kevin? The house is quiet when I get home, and I realize I've only been gone for about 40 minutes. I know he must be in the pool, and although I rushed home the moment I got the news, I'm suddenly overcome with a sense of calm. This life that we're building, the love we share, and our commitment to a future together, it all puts me at ease and makes this new puzzle piece fit perfectly. With this thought coursing through me, I slip into the bedroom and change into my bathing suit. As I do, I catch a quick glimpse of my naked body in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. I'm definitely not anywhere close to showing yet. But I run my hand over my belly anyway, smiling at the knowledge of what's happening to my body. None of this was planned, but something in me knows it's the perfect surprise. Suddenly, though, I don't want to experience this moment alone. Instead, I slip on my bathing suit and hurry out to the pool. The bright sun feels good on my skin, and I can see Kevin swimming laps, his muscular arms piercing the water, sending crystalline splashes up into the air. The cool blue bottom of the pool is dappled with sunlight, distorting through the water, and I suddenly get a flash of a future where this pool is used for more than just swimming laps. I see swimming lessons and blow-up toys and water guns. I see picnics and birthday parties and splash fights. The images blend together in my mind and make me smile with the joy of the unknown. My thoughts are interrupted as I see Kevin reach the end of his lap. Just before he turns around, he catches sight of me and smiles. "Glad you could join me," he says, panting with the effort and hanging on to the side of the pool. Me too. I take my first step into the cool water, letting it envelop my toes, then my ankles, calves and thighs, and finally I let myself drop into the shallower end of the pool. Kevin immediately swims over to me and stands in the chest-high water, wrapping an arm around my waist. He gives me a welcoming kiss before breaking out into a mischievous grin. "Race you to the end?" I can't help but smile at the challenge, but I have to shake my head. "I have some news," I tell him, and my heart starts pounding in my chest again. Kevin gets a quizzical look, and raises one eyebrow. About your friend? At this, I have to laugh. I'd almost forgotten that lie. The fact that I thought I'd need a cover story now seems absurd, and I shake my head, as much in answer to his question as in self-amusement. No, actually, I didn't go to see a friend, I tell him, feeling the words bubbling up in my chest again. This time, I let them out. I went to see a doctor, and the news is that I'm pregnant. I watch as, within a split second, Kevin's face shifts from confused to worried to absolutely overjoyed. What? Are you serious? We're having a baby? All I can do is nod and smile. It's obvious he's as thrilled about this as I am, which makes my heart want to explode all over again. Suddenly, he wraps both arms around me and lifts me up out of the water. Kevin, I giggle, but his reaction is everything I could have hoped for. When he sets me down, he kisses me passionately. It's a kiss that's full of meaning, and I can feel every intention he puts into it. I love you. I want you. I want to build a family with you. I want a future with you. I want a child with you. When he pulls away to look at me, I can see the infinite love in his deep brown eyes. My hands reach up to his cheeks. You're going to be a dad, I whisper. The grin that spreads over his face is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're going to be a mom. And at that, I feel tears of happiness prick my eyes. It doesn't take long until they're spilling down my cheeks, mixing with the pool water. Kevin kisses them away anyway. Every touch of his lips feels like a promise. I promise, I promise, I promise, I promise. This is the best news, he finally says once my tears have stopped. They've been replaced with incredulous laughs as I realize this is really real. I know. I agree. As we hold each other close and let the news sink in, I'm overcome with the most wonderful sense that everything is as it should be. In spite of all that once stood in our way, Kevin and I have truly created a life together, a second chance life. And now, that life is growing in me.